'cause you leave no choice. Can't live without her. Love me or hate me, we will be boys. Standing at that altar. Or we will run away to another guy that say you know she's in love with me.
Hello, hello, hello. Welcome to Electrify Expo Orlando. It's a beautiful Sunday morning, nice breeze today. And if you can hear our voices, you're hearing the EV Reality Check booth that's powered by GreenCars.com. And if you are hearing my voice, there's a free t-shirt that awaits you as you get closer to my voice. And this voice that you're hearing, my name is Matt Teske. I'm the founder and CEO of Chargeway. I'm joined today by also Miss GoElectric.
That's me. I am a 10-year veteran of the automotive business plus, and I also have been specializing in EVs for, probably close to 10 years now. And not only that, but I have 3 channels which talks about EVs, whether it's e-bikes, e-mobility of all sorts, and EVs. So check it out at Miss GoElectric.
We have experts here. That's the idea. And a big part of the conversation here at the EV Reality Check booth is we want to actually help you get questions answered. We're going to be talking to industry experts throughout the day. But then Miss GoElectric, Lacey, and myself, we will be also offering up our feedback and insights as the day goes on. But really today we want to kick things off with one of the biggest things we're doing here in the space is we're dispelling rumors and myths. And one of the ones that's been making the rounds in the news is that there's some kind of an EV mandate. And, well, EVs are clearly happening, and they're here, and Expo is the shining example of that. But consumer choice is still abundant. And not only of that is diversity in EVs, but also if you're still trying to figure out how to feel comfortable with an EV. So I guess, where did this whole EV mandate thing even start?
Well, I have to blame the politics, the politicians.
The politicians got
Yes.
it wrong? What do you mean? Oh, my gosh.
Well, of course, everyone wants to try to convince people of certain things and get them riled up for a cause. And, to each their own. But one thing that I think a lot of people don't understand is that there is actually no federal mandate for EVs.
Right.
Now, I will say there has to be some clarity there because there are some final rules that have been put into place by the EPA that basically set some standards for carbon emissions that the automakers have to reach in order to make sure that those emissions come down. And those standards are going to require a higher mix of EVs in order to meet them. Otherwise, the automakers, what they usually do is either they make vehicles that meet those standards or they buy carbon credits from other companies. And we know Tesla's very famous for getting a lot of carbon credits from the automakers.
And for years, those credits, again, brands like Tesla, they really leveraged that to their benefit because other brands, they didn't yet know how to compete in the space. That's obviously changed. So from this, again, the mandate discussion that's happening, it's not so much so that as much as we've had a lot of things happen within policy that have been trying to incentivize automakers to make the move. And I think that what we're finally seeing is that move has happened, but the narrative just kind of continues to float forward as to hearing people say, no, I feel like this is something that I have to do now. And the answer is, well, no, things like Expo, they want to give you exposure to it so you can understand how to do it.
And I think there's 2 elements also to consider here, which is the incentive aspect that you talked about. So not only for EPA regulations, but also when you consider this is a global industry, and so car companies need to also take in consideration the European mandates that they have to meet for carbon emissions and where they're competing in other markets like China or where else.
Yep.
So for one, there's that side of it. But incentive-wise, are car companies going to benefit in getting into this technology now? And here in the United States, there are tons of incentives for them to produce batteries here as well. So for them to get a leg up, exactly. If they want to get a leg up in building their vehicles in this part, offering an EV powertrain in totality, then they can do that now with a great subsidy from those battery production side of things that's kind of hidden in the background that most people don't know about. So there's a lot of different reasons why to start to go electric.
Well, and I think what we've seen, again, on a countrywide level, is, there's a difference between what we're seeing federally and on the state side.
Yes.
So in some states, they have said, look, we want to have only zero-emission vehicles or electric vehicles by a certain date, 2030. We've heard that from Washington, California. Other states have followed along. But it's, again, there's things that come along with that. If they want to sell only those vehicles, exactly how you just described, there are jobs on the hook for that, right? It's like, okay, if we're producing these cars, the technology, the batteries, that's what's going to bring more opportunity to industry here in America. And a lot of these brands that are here, again, especially some of the long-standing ones like Ford, General Motors, and others, they are global competitors. And this is just, we're shrinking the world when it comes to like how the automotive sector needs to think and compete. That's partly because of the technology that comes into the world with electric cars.
Well, and kind of when you talk about it, it gets a little nerve-wracking because people think, oh, maybe someone's job's at stake if they're working in the internal combustion engine realm, and then we're transitioning to EVs. But you know, just like any other technology that we've seen proliferate, there are way more opportunities that end up blowing up to get into the space or transition into the space that, you know, is way more than you would expect to see. And
it's funny, I was having a conversation with one of the guys from GreenCars.com yesterday about this, and they work throughout the entire country, and one of the things that they were working on is even talking to dealerships about UTI and how to train new technicians and saying, look, even dealers, we need to understand how to work on these vehicles, and there's opportunity in the job market for someone who is like, look, I don't want to go to school. I'll maybe go to a trade school or get into, again, some other type of job related to, again, maintenance and things like that. It's like EVs, we hear that they are low maintenance, but it's not no maintenance. I mean, so there's still aspects of this that create, an evolution of the job market from the manufacturing side all the way into the ownership side, and for how various aspects of this industry, whether it's OEMs, dealers, how they respond to the moment, and in turn how it maintains keeping this industry evolving and not just, again, not stagnating.
Yeah, and from the state level, there are a lot of opportunities to actually offer these types of jobs, and community colleges and things that you're saying, they're incentivizing it as well. So I know from my perspective, I live in Michigan, and they have a lot of programming right now to get people into this industry. And I know that from speaking to a lot of people that are on the charging side, they have said, we are in dire need of a workforce here. So it's just another opportunity to get people from the ground level start transitioning to think that, you know, this really is the future.
Yep. And I think, kind of thinking about so the expo is really designed to show choice exists. And that's one of the things that, again, talking to the team from the expo and BJ, the founder of the expo, that's a big focus for him, is to say the fact that it's turned into kind of this ping pong conversation of yes or no. It is really about come and experience and have the conversation with yourself about maybe. Even talking to Amanda yesterday when she said, yeah, I kept saying it, you know, I don't want to drive an EV, I don't want to drive it. And then she finally said, I'm going to stop making my own excuse and just give it a shot. And that's, I think, the consumer choice part of it still is very alive and real. It's about having what again, those in the industry that have seen it and experienced it, we do see EVs as a better choice for a variety of reasons, but you have to live it out for yourself.
Well, and that's the thing. You have to meet people where they're at. So they might not be ready to go fully electric at this stage, which is why there are a lot of plug-in hybrid vehicles available on the market today. And even what we're now hearing a lot of, which is extended range electric vehicles, which they still have a gas generator, but it propels itself through the electric means.
And that's an interesting way to, so a lot of the ways to think about how you can kind of dip your toe in the water with owning an electric car. I always like to talk about it kind of like it's a lily pad. You're hopping across the pond as a frog, and you're going to get your way to the different type of experience. So if you're in a gas car today, well, then the first lily pad you might hop to is a hybrid vehicle that's still a gas car. It's just more efficient. Then that next lily pad you hop to is maybe a plug-in hybrid, which runs on both gas and electricity, which is essentially what an extended range electric vehicle is. It's just we're using all these different acronyms. It's like, well, what does it do to my?
It gets confusing sometimes.
Well, no, it's like what does it do to my driving experience? And I think that's what we want to do again here at this space with EV Reality Check. Is it's just about this one runs on gas, which is just a typical gas car. A hybrid runs on gas, but it's super efficient. This one runs on electricity and gas because you have the option and choice of the fuel you want to use. And then the last lily pad is this one's pure electric. Yep. And so I think that fuel choice part of it is something that we really don't land on often in conversation in the industry. But really, I think that's a big part of what people don't know because they don't know what they don't know.
Exactly. And I know we've driven EVs for a really long time, so we know the choice for us is going to be electric. But for some people, they might have a different lifestyle. They may have different situations where they don't have a garage, so they can't get level 2 charging. They don't want to have to go out and charge every single day. Or maybe they're a ride-share driver, and they see that the cost benefit makes sense for them to go electric no matter what, so that, you know, there's so many variables to consider when choosing to buy a car on top of the fact that, you know, all the other little details and features that you want to look out for.
Well, and as you were just describing it too, just kind of like, you know, again, lifestyle plays a big role in this and how you understand how it works for you. I didn't just decide to buy an electric car randomly and skip over all the options. I went through that process of we got a hybrid, and then we got that plug-in hybrid, and we had to feel comfortable with it. And that optionality and the choices that come along with that are on display here today, I think that is where the EV mandate narrative. It's like, no, it is truly about vehicle choice, and within that is fuel choice. And so as you're here at Expo, that's what we want you thinking about as you're looking at and driving all these cars.
Yeah. Does anyone here own an EV?
Ooh, but what do you?
got it a lot,
what do you
yeah.
have? You have a Tesla?
Which one? Model 3. Get your twin.
I was gonna say I have a 3. How long have you had it? Oh, so okay. Is this your first EV?
Yeah. Oh, no, man.
No, go ahead. You can be very gentle with it. But so you've had it for about a year, you said?
Yeah, for about a year.
So what did you have before you had your 3?
So I had a Chevy Cruze.
A Chevy Cruze?
A Cruze?
Yeah.
So for you, it was almost like the Cruze to the 3 was a very similar style of car. The sedan. 4 doors, met your needs for room.
But then from going from gas to EV.
That's the big switch. So what was it that finally tipped you over to say I can make the switch?
My partner works for Tesla.
There
That's
you go.
an easy one, yeah.
No, but friends, family, people you know that kind of give you this chance of, hey, if you tried it, maybe give it a shot, go drive it. So that's what events like the Electrify Expo are offering to people that maybe don't have that friend or family member that says, hey, give it a shot.
Yeah,
This is the way.
kind of like test drive it. So I was like, okay, I'll try it out, and I loved it.
So
And that's the thing. That's
Yeah.
what's so great about a place like this is that you actually have the ability to get in it, test it out, and see how it feels, and really
Yeah.
decide if you like it.
Well, and that's the part that I think most people they hear. We've talked about it yesterday about we've been telling them it's different, but it's not that it's different. It's actually better in a lot of different ways, and it's still just a car at the end of the day. Like
Yeah.
now you get to drive that every day, and you're paying a lot less for gasoline compared to
So
gasoline.
much less.
Do you charge at home?
No, we charge at the
Public station.
Public stations, but it's still saving you money on what you used to spend on gasoline.
Yeah.
I love-
She's like her
that was
face.
like the best, like just kind of like casual.
Oh, yeah.
Oh yes, yes. Well, thank you for sharing that. That's
Yeah, that's
again,
great.
that's the part about people that come to Expo too. Is some people are owners already, and they get a chance to chat with other people that have those questions. So
Well, and now they're looking at all the other secondary options that they have if maybe
Yeah.
they grow out of the car that they're in right now, their EV. So this is a great opportunity to even just shop around for maybe something that you're looking for next.
Well, and I think the fun part too is we're turning the corner into a broader conversation with a lot more people, and that's what Electrify Expo is really about. Is it's opening up the doors and the conversations to a broader audience. For a long time, we've kind of seen EVs just sort of be kind of a niche thing, but we've really turned a corner in the sense that now a lot of people just hear about it every day. But then there's that topic of why we're hitting on this is like, well, is there a mandate? No, it's about the fact that you have a lot of choices now, and that's what it's about.
Yeah, I think people just are nervous that they feel like they're forced to do something.
Right.
Nobody wants to be forced to do something.
No.
And luckily,
Unless it's like a trip to Europe. Like,
touche.
I'm sorry, I just had to throw that in. No, but that's a great point. Is people want to feel they have agency and decision, and the best part of it, frankly, about how the American market has worked for a long time is we do give consumers choice on everything.
Yeah.
The thing that comes along with the conversation of EVs that a lot of the early adopters understood is that, but with driving a gas car compared to an EV, we know that the data is in. It's like, well, one's dirtier than the other. And so if we can still have a mode of transportation that's reliable but cleaner, that benefits not only us personally from a cost perspective, but also everyone from an emissions perspective, that's a win-win-win for everybody. But we have to have a conversation that's inviting and saying, try it, you'll like it, and that's what Expo's about.
Yeah, and I think a lot of people are just, tired of the sustainability message of it as well at the same
That's
time.
true.
Like, to be fair, so they still want to be able to buy this old classic car that and that is not being taken away from you. I mean, there are going to be some, in the case of California, some new sales for vehicles that are requiring electrification, but that doesn't mean that you won't be able to buy a gas car if
Right.
you want, even in the used market space or anything like that.
Just think like Jay Leno. When Jay Leno was asked about this, and he has, 5,000 cars or whatever it is at this point, and someone asked like, how do you feel about this? He said, the bottom line is, I think the automotive enthusiast for what it's been for a century that we've understood, he's like, a lot of that stuff will still exist. Motorsports
I
in
think
that
it'll
way.
get better, actually. Like, I think it will increase in popularity and
Yeah.
kind of flower a little bit more.
And we'll see competitive, moments, for example, like Formula E compared to Formula One, and how you can see a pure electric race compared to, a gas race. But Jay Leno's perspective was always like, he goes, it just makes sense. If you're driving something every day, why would you not want to save money on fuel and maintenance and have it be fast and fun to drive? but someone in his position, he's like, and I can still have my toy that I take to the track or something. And I think that that's part of where we're at as an industry, is that we're pivoting into that moment because we now have so many options that are here today. Rewind 15 years, there was, 3 cars, or like, which of these 3 do you like? Now there's over 100 different models you can choose from.
And the thing is that the automakers can only move so fast. I know you and I were talking about this a little bit, but it takes years for them to develop plans in order to come out with new products. And especially right now when everything is very software defined, it is so crucial for them to get it right at this stage, because there are a lot of great EVs on the market right now, but to make them even better and even more competitive with some of the leaders in the space, they got to do a lot of work, and that takes time. So it's going to be a transition period for a while.
Well, I think that today is going to be a day, again, where we want to just expose everybody to, number one, congrats, enjoy your T-shirt. And then also, if you do have questions, again, we're going to be here throughout the day. Feel free to just, again, step up to the mic if you want to, or even after we're done with the session, if you just want to walk up and chat with us casually, do that too. But we will be here all day here at the EV Reality Check booth powered by GreenCars, answering your questions, dispelling myths and rumors, and letting everybody know that, hey, EVs, they're here to stay, and they're great, and let's have a conversation about that for all of it. All right, we'll talk to everybody soon. Trey?
Spin it.
Spin it.
Airport. I walk this empty street on the boulevard of broken dreams, where the city sleeps and I'm the only one. I walk up, my shadow's only one that walks beside me. My shadow haunts the only thing that's beating. Sometimes I wish someone here will find me. Till then I walk alone.
I touch that 5 for you. I do that 3-4 times again. I testify for you. I so that like you, that I do it all, and I'm around. You scared to do. I'm not. Long as you joking now in for me, I ain't got it. My bitch scheming, looting, hide your bodies. Long as you dreaming about me, ain't no problem. I don't got nobody just with you right now. Tell the truth, I look better under you. I can't lose when I'm with you. How can us lose and miss the moment? You just too important. Nobody like you do. I can't lose when I'm with you. I can't just lose and miss the moment. You just too important. Nobody like you do. You do. In the drop top ride with you, I feel like Scarface. Like that white with the bob, I be your main one. Let's change this argument back up to my place. Remind you I'm not violent, I'm your day one. We had, it was magic, smash and grab, nasty habits take a hold when you're not here. Ain't a home when you're not here. But the grow when you're not here. I'm saying I can't lose when I'm with you. How can us lose and miss the moment? You just too important. Nobody like you do. I can't lose you away. Oh, can't you see you and me want to be your baby? There's nothing.
Breaking Bad, buy all of the things I never had. I wanna be on the cover of Forbes magazine, smiling next to Oprah and the Queen. Oh, every time I close my eyes, I see my name in shining lights. Yeah, a different city every night. Oh, I swear the world better prepare for when I'm a billionaire.
Yeah, I would have a show like Oprah. I would be the host of Everyday Christmas. Give Travis your wish list. I'd probably pull a Angelina and Brad Pitt and adopt a bunch of babies that ain't never had shit. Give away a few Mercedes like, here lady, have this. And last but not least, grant somebody their last wish. It's been a couple months that I've been single, so you can call me Travis Claus, minus the ho-ho. Get it? I'll probably visit where Katrina hit. And damn sure do a lot more than FEMA did. Yeah, can't forget about me, stupid. Everywhere I go, I'ma have my own theme music.
Every time I close my eyes,
What you see, bro?
I see my name in shining lights.
Alright, and what else?
A different city every night. I swear the world better prepare for when I'm a billionaire. When I'm a billionaire.
Let's go. I'll be playing basketball with the president, dunking on his delegates. Then I compliment him on his political etiquette. Toss a couple million, the air just for the heck of it. But keep the 5s, 20s, 10s, and bins completely separate. Yeah, I'll be in a whole new tax bracket. We in recession, but let me take a crack at it. I'll probably take whatever's left and just split it up. So everybody that I love can have a couple bucks. And not a single tummy around me would know what hungry was, eating good, sleeping soundly. I know we all have a similar dream. Go in your pocket, pull out your wallet, put it in the air and sing.
I wanna be a billionaire, so freaking bad. Buy all of the things I never had.
Buy everything.
I wanna be on the cover of Forbes magazine, smiling next to Oprah and the Queen.
What up, Oprah?
Oh, every time I close my eyes,
What you
wanna be a billionaire so freaking bad. I wanna be a billionaire.
2025, welcome ladies and gentlemen. Good morning. Electrify Expo 2025 is here, live and direct. Electrify Showcase brought to you by Yokohama Tires. Don't forget, ladies and gentlemen, at midnight, Electric Garage is having a silent auction here right in front of our stage. Ladies and gentlemen, you can win. Well, actually, we're going to bid for a beautiful bike today, an electric EV bike. Just make sure y'all come and check us out. Brought to you by Midnight Electric Garage is something you must see. Ladies and gentlemen, make your way towards our stage. Thank you, Electrify Show Off.
Blame it on the blues, got you feeling loose, blame it on the trunk, got you in the zone, blame it on the alcohol, blame it on the alcohol. She says she usually don't, but I know that she front, cause all they know what she want, but she don't want to seem like she's easy. I hear you saying what you won't do, but you know we're probably gonna do what you've been feeling deep inside. Girl, what you drinking? Don't let it sink in. Here for the weekend, thinking we can see what we can be if we press fast forward. Just one more round and you're down, I know it. Fill another cup up, feeling on your butt, what? You don't even care. I was unaware how fine you was before my bus set in. My bus set in. Blame it on the blues, got you feeling loose. Blame it on the drunk, got you in the zone. Blame it on the alcohol. Blame it on the alcohol. Blame it on the vodka. Blame it on the Henny. Blame it on the blue tap, got you feeling dizzy. Blame it on the alcohol. Blame it on the alcohol. See, she spilled some drink on me, and now I'm knowing she tipsy. She put her body on me, and she keeps staring me right in my eyes. No telling what I'm going. Baby, I
Trey, keep spinning that, baby.
when I get inside. Girl, what you drinking? Gon' let it sink in. Here for the weekend, thinking we can see what we can be if we press fast forward. Just one more round if you're down, I'm pouring. Fill another cup up, feeling on your butt, what? You don't even care. I was unaware how fine you was before my bus set in. My bus set in. Blame it on the blues, got you feeling loose. Blame it on the drunk, got you in the zone. Blame it on the alcohol. Blame it on the alcohol. Blame it on the vodka. Blame it on the Henny. Blame it on the blue tap, got you feeling dizzy. Blame it on the alcohol. Blame it on the T-Pain. Girl, I know you feel good, just like you look. Couple more shots, you open up like a book. I ain't tripping, cause I'm a reader. Shout it, I ain't tripping, I just wanna please ya. I'ma take a shot of the nouveau. Shout it, didn't you know what's going down? We can go and kick it like judo.
Trey,
You know what I mean? Shout it, got drunk, thought it all was a dream, so I made her say
Hello, hello. Welcome back to Electrify Expo Orlando. You are listening to the EV Reality Check. It is powered by GreenCars.com. This space today, and if you can hear our voices, first off, you have a free t-shirt that awaits you. So if you come to the sound of my voice, you can get a free t-shirt. But also here in the booth, we're all about talking about busting myths, dispelling rumors about EVs, really just, again, having a reality check around what is true, what is false, what did you hear on the internet that we can say, that wasn't actually accurate. But really, it's all about giving you the best information about EVs and the EV experience for everybody who's attending. And so my name is Matt Teske. I'm the founder and CEO of Chargeway. If you are looking for an EV or you have an EV, download the Chargeway mobile app. It is the best app out there you can have. I promise you, all the stations you can find, road trip planning, all built in for every EV on the market. And also here today, we're going to be joined by industry experts, but my co-host today, you may have heard of her, is Miss GoElectric.
That's me. Thank you. Thank you.
Lacey-
All right. Yes, I'm
Lacey
an
has
industry
fans.
expert. I've been in the automotive business for, close to 15 years, but specializing in EVs for about 10. and I have 3 YouTube channels. So if you guys want to follow along, go to @Miss GoElectric.
Every time I hear you say I have 3, I know YouTube
lot.
channels is following, but I almost want to, and I have 3 lovely dogs at home or something like that. It's
Exactly.
like-
Those are my babies.
So we throughout the day, we're going to be talking to industry experts, those on the front lines from a journalism perspective on what's happening with EVs today. And for this session, we are joined by Nicole Sadowski from Throttle Maven.
Hello, hello, hello. Hi,
Let's hear it up for
everyone.
her.
Yeah,
Come on. We got the Throttle Maven here.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. Oh, thank you.
there you go. So I got to ask. So number one is from a journalism perspective. So we'll give some context for those that don't know you yet. What's your background and how did you get into it?
So I am a automotive journalist, content creator, if you want to say that. I specialize on creating content on social media. So I do car reviews, motorcycle reviews, and I do it from a woman's perspective. So, you know, I get to hear a lot from women, get your opinion on things, and kind of share the commodity of motorcycles and automotive. So, it's a nutshell.
So you review all kinds of cars, though. So
I
I'm
do.
really interested to
I do,
hear
yes.
what your experience has been thus far when you start to introduce to your audience the electric car reviews and what kind of questions that you're seeing right now from people who are watching these types of reviews. Are they a little nervous?
Yeah, I would say on average, you know, consumers are always nervous, even with car buying in itself, right? So even with a gas-powered vehicle, there's always questions and stuff. With EV, it's a little bit different because you're going from a hybrid per se to an electric, and electric is a completely different ball game, and people are just worried. You know, they're nervous about range. They're nervous about where can they charge if they're planning a road trip. They're worried if they have enough capability in their household to charge the car. So those are all things that we tend to see, and it's mostly from women. Men are kind of like, oh, I'll just go with the flow, you know, like I'll just do whatever.
We're really good at just kind of like, you know, like glossing over, like, I'll figure it out.
Exactly. With women,
There you go.
Okay, here we go.
Better.
With women, I think it tends to be a little bit, we like to plan more. So we're more planners and stuff. And so we want to plan our day when we have to take the kids to school. Do we have enough charge? You know, do we have to plug that in beforehand and stuff? And so those are kind of the things that we're thinking about in terms of doing that, where guys are kind of last minute, like, you know what, I'll just find this charging station and sit there for 15 minutes and, you know, hopefully it'll get enough charge, you know?
Guys, I'd love to defend us, but we do that.
No, you're
sometimes.
outnumbered.
I know. And right now it is 2-1, so I'm just going to go, yeah, it sounds accurate.
I am curious, though. Are people very curious when you start to post these types of reviews in electrification? Like, are they genuinely, you know, interested in shopping for one?
Yeah, and what I tell consumers all the time that are looking for an EV, it's the best thing you could do is go to the dealerships, test drive the car, get in the car itself, but ask questions and kind of get educated to coming to like an Electrify Expo where you're able to meet with people that know what they're talking about. You know, the dealerships are very capable, but sometimes when you have more of like the OEMs and you have more people that have already had electrical vehicles, so you get that experience from them, they feel a little bit like they're not as worried.
Well, it's funny because we were told that you did an experience out at the Electrify Expo and a drive, but that's a little bit different than what you would have as a test drive at a dealership, isn't it? So
Correct.
can you explain your
It
experience?
depends on the sales rep, but
Right,
yeah.
right. So Ford has the thrill rides going on in the Mach-E's. They have the GT, and you can test drive the Rally. And I was able to do both of them yesterday. And when you're able to just get into the vehicle and experience that power and acceleration for yourself, and you're like, I can't believe an electrical vehicle is doing this. It's just a whole different experience. And then test driving the Rally E, you know, and you're able to accelerate it yourself for, you know, quite a little bit of time. You're just like, I can't believe that this has this much horsepower, you know?
You were burning rubber.
Yes.
For all the test driving you've been doing and for the things you've seen, again, like the comments you're hearing and the, you know, the trepidation you hear from people just about, okay, I know I need to get more information. there's a lot of different avenues by which they get. As a content creator, do you think that that is something that is provide? We talked about myths and rumors, just a minute ago. Do you think that the content creation is adding more credibility to the shopping experience for people, as opposed to? I mean, that's what Expo's about. It's about being more casual about it. And does that voice of someone who's credible? Do you think that's going to help EVs move faster as opposed to the traditional buying experience?
I think so, because the reality is when we go into a dealership, we always think, okay, well, I'm feeling pressured to kind of buy the vehicle, right? So I'm just getting their perspective. I'm getting the selling perspective of the vehicle. But when you see content creators like myself and other content creators, you're able to say, okay, well, this is their opinion. This is a valid opinion. They're not going to, just sell me the vehicle. It's not like we work at a dealership. We're just giving you our valid opinion on what we feel about the car, the pros and the cons of the vehicle. So I think in that regards.
We heard yesterday, too, from another journalist that some of the comments that do, float in are from the people that just basically want to stir the pot, and they just want to be negative about it. But the positivity that comes out of a lot of that narrative can be, again, this booth's here to do that, is have an actual discussion. Do you engage with that type of conversation when you have people that are naysayers on your content? And if so, how do you dispel it?
I think a lot of times when people are commenting on things, it's because they're just not educated on the topic. And so we have a lot of people that are commenting, or they've had one bad experience, and then it's like negativity galore.
That's it, yeah.
And I've had pro and con experiences, but it's all in what you take with the information, being able to charge at your house, finding the correct maps on where the charging stations are, just different things to prepare you, instead of just one person being like, oh no, I didn't have a map. I just, found a Electrify America and decided to go there,
and oops, it was the wrong plug type or something.
Correct. So, you just take it with a grain of salt.
Well, I think it's also interesting because not only do you speak to an audience of women because you're a woman, but also you speak Spanish. So can you talk a little bit about the demographic of people that are shopping for EVs when you're speaking Spanish in some of your reviews?
Yeah, so I've been seeing that a lot of Gen Z and even millennials now, the Latino community especially, is now gravitating more. They're more curious about it because we're having more capabilities. Latino families, we tend to use more pickup trucks because we tend to do a lot. We have bigger families. So, everybody's trying to save at the same time. And so I think they're now kind of gravitating towards that, instead of just being like Latin American countries are heavy on the diesel vehicles. Okay. Yeah. So, it's different.
Sorry, go ahead.
There's so many electric pickup trucks on the market now, so that makes a lot of sense.
Correct.
Yeah, I mean, we're kind of at the beginning stages of what that's going to look like. The amount of people I always hear say, like, I really wish there was an electric Maverick. It's like, like that would sell like crazy.
The hybrid one is amazing.
The hybrid one's great. Yeah, it's like, so I think we're seeing, we're tiptoeing into where we can finally get the technology into trucks. One thing that you were just discussing that I think is important, and I'm curious to get your take on this, is we have language barriers that exist with the technology. And the technology alone, like just conveying how we communicate, how it works, is a language barrier. How do you see that is, again, maybe more difficult when you also have the language barrier of having to translate it outside of what oftentimes in marketing materials is in English, and how we can put that in Spanish and actually have that be effective?
Yeah, I think that's one area that I think more OEMs and just people in general need to kind of grasp, is the fact that there is a language barrier. But I think with the content creators, and now that information is kind of, getting out there, it's different. But I do think that I think slowly companies are starting to realize, okay, there's a shift, so we need to kind of tweak it to, accommodate the language barrier. And I think the OEMs, what I've been seeing is that the websites, if you go on there, you're also you're starting to see more of the language crossover.
Yeah.
If people are starting to research, so that's always a good thing.
Now, you have test driven a lot of cars. So what would you say so far has been your favorite EV that you have test driven?
I would say consumer-wise, the most economical one that I've loved is the Nissan Leaf. It's very economical. It's great.
And that's been around for a long
Yeah.
time, but it's had iterations. It's
Yep.
improved over time.
Yeah.
So do you think it's just because it's one, it's economical, the
Yeah.
price point to get into it is pretty good, but also it's approachable in the sense that it does feel in a lot of ways more like a traditional car. The bang whiz zoom software side of it, it's there, but not to the same extent as a Tesla.
Well, you also have that hatchback design, which then
Yeah.
allows you to put
Yeah.
a lot of stuff in there. So are you seeing that there are some curiosities from your people that are commenting for the getting into an EV, but then realizing how much practicality it has with the functionality of, say, like a big cargo space like that?
Yeah, I think we're starting to see that a lot more. I mean, for pickup trucks, for example, the F-150, people were kind of like, oh my gosh, this is electric. Like, I can't believe a pickup truck is now electric. And so now you have that approach, and then you have like, families that may want like a compact SUV. So the Leaf might be a good thing, but then you have like other people that want a bigger type car, but they don't really want to get an SUV, so a Lucid might be like better. So I think it's really great that now all the brands have something that kind of accommodates for everyone.
Yeah.
Whether you're single, you have a small family, a big family, there's something for everyone now.
Agreed. And I think, too, when you're talking about the F-150 Lightning, is like, people with traditional pickup trucks, they're used to either putting their stuff in the back seat or but now you have a frunk, and that frunk is huge.
Exactly.
And it has plugs in there, and it can do
Yeah.
so much more than a regular pickup truck.
Yeah, but I will say the Leaf is a favorite, but I will say my last favorite was the VW. The
the
ID
Buzz?
Buzz.
Oh, the Buzz?
We got a Buzz
Yeah.
actually right
Yeah.
next
The
door
ID
in the GreenCars.com booth.
The ID Buzz, I got to test drive it as press in San Francisco, and we got stopped multiple times. People coming up and just saying like, wow, iconic, coming back electric.
Oh, yeah.
And the space, just, incredible. And it's just a really nice, and it's got a reflective sunroof, which is...
They did a lot. I mean, they put a lot of attention into, like you said, it's a retro, but it's iconic in the sense of you can't miss the fact that it's there driving down the road.
Exactly.
And it's going to be, again, we have a lot of EVs that are coming to market. Like the F-150 Lightning is interesting because a lot of people, if you just drove by it, you wouldn't know that's electric. This is something that they may not know it's electric either, but it's that eye-catching piece of we need EVs to be differentiated and iconic and also familiar too.
You know what? And I think it's interesting you bring up a good point, because it's like, okay, you bring this icon back to the forefront, but it's an electric, and you would expect
Exactly.
people to reject that. But
Exactly.
actually, it puts a smile on everybody's face that
Yeah.
they love it so
Yeah.
much.
Yeah, people were really enthusiastic to buy it and get in it.
So one question that always comes up, and again, even from a journalist perspective too, is so I have two questions. One is, what do you drive today?
My car right now is a Dodge Caravan.
Okay. So second question is, when you are test driving your EVs, do you have the option to charge it at home when you're testing them? Or do you always have to go out and, if you do have it for a longer period of time, do you use public charging to test them?
No, so the reason that I knew I was going to get EVs, I decided to put a charging station at my house.
Okay.
Because, it just avoids a lot of, having to go out and find a charging station.
Yeah.
And it just makes sense, right? Because if I do want to buy one down the road, then I already have it
Right.
installed,
And but there's a lot of journalists that we've spoken to, even in the last day or two, that they test the vehicles, and something that comes up is, even though example was yesterday, you can get a vehicle for maybe a week or two sometimes, but sometimes you only get it for a couple days.
Correct.
And the experience that you have with it from a driving perspective, you get to drive it,
Right.
but you're not maybe fully experiencing it. How important do you think that is for journalists in general from the automotive side to make sure they can actually live with the experience as opposed to saying, I drove it, I wrote my article, and we're good to go?
Well, I think that makes you more credible, right? I feel like if you have it at home, then you're able to say like, hey, this is the steps that I had to take to charge it, and this is how long it takes. You can actually show how long it's taking you to charge it.
Yeah.
And it just makes you more credible that you actually know what you're talking about.
And what would you say if you were telling somebody who's shopping for an EV right now, what is the top thing they should be looking out for when they are deciding to buy one?
I really think it depends on what you need as a person, your daily commute, and as your family, right? A lot of people, it's space. So look for an EV that might require more storage space, or sometimes it's not even that. Sometimes it's about connectivity. They take a lot of road trips. They have kids. Their kids want to plug in their tablets, And then sometimes it's more of like, I want to feel comfortable for older consumers. They want to just feel comfortable in their vehicles. And then sometimes people look at range, like how much range am I getting, you know, and is this going to be enough for me? Do I want to pay this amount of money and only get this amount of range? So
Yeah.
I think there's a lot of factors in there, and it just depends on what you're looking for specifically.
One thing that came up yesterday with talking to a few people and even one journalist is the factors by which people want to, like, they want to know this about the car, just as you asked, like, what are they looking for? And a lot of the ways that vehicles have been reviewed and talked about traditionally, especially, you know, for gas cars, is we think 0 to 60 times and things like that. And EVs, it's always really great to talk about how fast they are. But it was interesting. We were having a conversation yesterday here at the EV Reality Check booth, and that came up. And then we asked people that were listening, does that matter to you? Like, is that important? And the show of hands was not, again, 1 or 2 people. But what they pointed out was, it's like you just said, it's like, no, I really want to know, like, what is the range? What's the capacity? But there's also things, and we talk about this all the time, is the things that people don't know they need to know, which is the questions about charging. How do we explain to them the options and opportunity for what that means? The fill up at home is convenient, but when they get away from home, clarifying that. I mean, how do you think we can go about that in a way that they can be introduced to the topic, because they're going to have to understand it?
Yeah, I think the OEMs and the dealerships are starting to really do a better in terms of explaining that when you buy a car, because they're telling you, okay, we have certain apps now that you can just go on the dashboard and then you can look it up. Or you can look it up on your phone. You can also connect that to the car. So there's a lot of ways now where you can actually see where you can charge the car, versus when we first started out, you know, people were kind of like, what do you mean, an extra app? And what, you know, how do I work this and how do I do it? But when you go to the dealership and you're buying an electrical vehicle now, they're taking the time to explain to you, like, this is what you do, this, you know. That's one thing I loved about Volkswagen, is that they have this whole app, you know, down packed, and it's super simple to use. And I think they're doing a better, they're making it simpler for consumers.
Well, simple is key, right?
Yeah.
It gets back to even the language discussion about, if you're trying to have a conversation about something that's highly technical, you've got to simplify it. If you can't, then someone's going to just say, I loved it, but now I'm not. Like you said, the credibility and the confidence that goes along with the content that you create, that still has to be built in.
Right. Yeah.
So I got a question for, someone from the audience. I saw you standing there.
Thank you for taking my question. Actually, Nicole answered my first question just previously about the certain types of drivers and households that are switching to EV and the reasons why. But my second question would be, do you feel in today's market EVs hold their resale value? And is that going to change anytime soon?
I think they are. I think they are in certain terms, because we're starting to see a shift in maintenance, right? So gas vehicles, we're tending to see like more oil changes. You're having to do a lot more. With EVs, the batteries are lasting a lot longer, so cars are holding their value a little bit more. So because you can go online right now, you can see Nissan Leafs are still holding their value from 3 years ago. And not to mention the quality of the car. But I also think it has to do with the OEMs and the brands themselves, right? Nissan is really reputable. Honda, all these automakers are really reputable, and so that makes it more credible to have the for them to withstand what the pricing is.
It's interesting you bring up even the traditional brands that have a reputation for reliability and building quality cars that are also economical. It's so interesting. We've seen conversations happen online about, okay, what brand do you think makes the best EV? And all of a sudden you'll see, if it's with the general public, they'll say, oh, I think like Toyota and Honda, they make the best EV. And at the time when these surveys were done a year ago, before like the Prologue was out, before the BZ4X was out, it was kind of like, well, they're not really in the game yet, but they have a reputation for it. And that reputation, the Honda Prologue was one of the best-selling cars last year in America. And I think what you just pointed to is that's how people, they have a natural tendency to kind of, again, they come from what they know, and they say, well, I trust that brand. And that trust is something it's built over time, but they've done a great job.
Well, and if you look at it, right, there was a lot of brands that jumped on it right away. They were just like, we're diving head first, we're doing it right away. But then, like you mentioned, Honda, they took their time. They were like, we're going to start with hybrid. We're going to introduce that to our audience, to our consumers. And so they gain the reputability and the trust for consumers to be like, okay, we went hybrid. And then they're slowly venturing into the electric. So it wasn't just this drastic change. They've slowly led the pace, into it. And so, and even with Nissan, the fact that they're building an electrical Nissan Skyline is beyond me.
Oh, yeah.
That's like my dream car, right? And the fact that it's going to be electrical is just like, wow, here we are. This is what's coming.
You know, and when we hear about depreciation on the market too, a lot of times you'll hear the higher end models that are in the luxury segment, and they're like, oh my God, can you believe it dropped in value? But if you look at the full luxury segment, even in the internal combustion engine realm, it's not because it's an EV. It's just that particular segment is prone to having a higher end of depreciation. And that is the case for a lot of the really high-end luxury cars, which we've seen electric vehicles fit perfectly into that because people want quietude. They want, you know, range.
Man.
They want, you know, all these luxuries. So it's not necessarily because it's an EV as well.
Well, and that speaks to the fact that we've already seen, like we all kind of got a little bit confused, like when COVID happened, and all of a sudden the used car market got, you know, just skyrocketed, and you were taking 5-year-old cars and going in and trading them in or selling them and making money. And there were people that had their first car that had that happen, and that really kind of skewed their understanding of how it actually works. And I think now the beauty of a lot of these EVs that have been leased for the last 3 years or so that are coming to market on the used side is it creates, for those who can say, you know, like something like the Equinox that's now really cost effective compared to what we've seen in the last 10 years. It's still out, again, it's a little bit out of range for people from a price perspective, but then all of a sudden you can get a used Bolt or a used Leaf or even a used Tesla for a reasonable price. And I think that's going to start changing the conversation a lot too.
Yeah, I agree.
Now, my next question would be, it stems from what you initially said, Nicole. You mentioned motorcycles. Do you have any experience, first-hand experience in an electric motorcycle?
I have not, but I do want to test drive the Can-Am.
They're actually here.
Yes, they have 2 different models, and so I'm eager to see what the the acceleration is. I would say the closest that I've been able to kind of say that's close to it, but it's really not, is the DCT that Honda, that's a new technology that Honda has been rolling out. DCT makes it more automatic instead of a manual. So it's just like you're just cruising on the bike. You don't really have to do the shifting or anything like that. But with the electric, the thing is, like, if you're an adrenaline junkie like me, that acceleration is just a whole different level, especially like if you're in an EV car. You know, there's just the acceleration and how fast that you can go. It's insane.
You're going to have to report back because I have an electric motorcycle and I'm all about it. And I really want to hear your perspective from a gas motorcycle rider and really see what you feel like the big differences are.
I'm excited to see.
You guys need to do a collab at some point.
I know, right? Let's go ride some motos.
Yes.
For those who are going to hear this after the fact and for those who are still listening right now, how do people get in touch with you, find your content? Where's the best place for them to find Nicole?
Instagram and YouTube, Throttle Maven. I have all my reviews, everything on there. If you guys have any questions, I'm your gal.
Well, again, this is the EV Reality Check booth powered by GreenCars. We're here today to answer questions, dispel myths and rumors, and have people that are on the front lines of all these vehicles that have real-world experience giving feedback. So, Nicole, thank you so much for joining us today.
Thanks for having me.
Yeah. All right, Trey, let's hear it.
Ready for action, nip it in the bud, we never relaxing. Outcast is everlasting, not clashing, not at all. But see, my want to do a little acting. Now that's for anyone asking. Give me one and pass them. Drip, drip, drop, there goes an orgasm. Now you coming out the side of your face, we tapping right into your memory banks. Thanks. So click at the ticket, let's see your seatbelt fasten. Trunk rattling like 2 midgets in the back seat wrestling. Speaker box vibrate the tag, make it sound like aluminum cans in a bag. But I know y'all wanted that 808. Can you feel that BASS bass? But I know y'all wanted that 808. Can you feel that BASS bass? I like the way you move. I like the way you move. Woo, I love the way you move. I love the way. I love the way. I love the way you move. I love the way you move. Woo, I love the way you move. I love the way. I love the way. The whole room fell silent. The girls all paused with glee. Turning left, turning right, thought they looking at me. While I was looking at them, they're on the dance floor. Now they got me in the middle, feeling like a man. especially the big girl. Big girls need love too, no discrimination is squirrel. So keep your hands off my cheeks, let me study how you ride the beat, you big freak. Skinny, slim women got the so within them, you can them, lift them, bend them, give them something to remember. Hell out timber when you fall through the chop shop. Take a deep breath and exhale. Your ex-male friend, boyfriend was boring as hell. Well, let me listen to the story you tell, and we can make moves like a person in jail. On the low, I like the way you move. I like the way you move. Woo, I love the way you move. I love the way, I love the way, I love the way you move. I love the way you move. Woo, I love the way you move. I love the way, I love the way.
my peaches out in Georgia. I get my from California. I took my chick up to the north, yeah. I get my life right from the source, yeah. I got my peaches out in Georgia. I get my from California. I took my chick up to the north, yeah. I get my light right from the source, yeah. Yeah, that's it. I got my peaches out in Georgia. I get my from California. I took my chick up to the north, yeah. I get my light right from the source, yeah. Yeah, that's it.
It's gonna be me. All that I do is not enough for you. I don't wanna lose it, but I'm not like that. When finally you get to love, guess what? Every little thing I do never seems enough for you. You don't wanna lose it again. I'm not like them.
hello. Welcome back. This is Electrify Expo Orlando. And if you are hearing my voice, you're hearing the EV Reality Check booth. And why we're here today is to dispel rumors and make sure the myths that you've heard about, you understand they're just myths, and it's just that. We're talking about the facts and realities of electric cars, EV charging, everything you can talk about. And it is powered by GreenCars.com. They got a booth next door. Be sure to check out their beautiful Volkswagen ID Buzz there. And my name is Matt Teske. I'm the founder and CEO of Chargeway. Been in the automotive industry for about 25 years. And if you need an EV app, download Chargeway. It works for every EV. Plan road trips, find charging. It makes it super simple. And at the booth today, I am also joined by Miss GoElectric.
Hey, everyone. If you aren't familiar with me, I've been in the automotive business for almost 15 years now, but I've been specializing in EVs since about 2014 or so. And I have 3 YouTube channels, so go find me on @Miss GoElectric, and every week we publish EV news. So check that out. I just published one today.
Make sure to subscribe. Well, while we're here today, we're going to be talking to other industry experts around what's happening on the front lines of EVs and covering a variety of topics. And we're joined today by someone who has a lot of background in automotive, former publisher of Car and Driver, Road and Track, John Driscoll with Univision now.
Yeah, it's great to be here, Matt. Lacey, thank you.
Yes, we are so excited to talk to you, John, because you have a heap of data and insight
Yes.
on what people are doing, what they're consuming as far as the media. And in particular, being at Univision, you're having a demographic that is a little bit more targeted. But can you speak to exactly what you're seeing as far as the audience that is, in your publication, taking the EV world by storm? Are they responding well to EV adoption?
Yeah, it's a great question. Univision is the largest Spanish language media company in the United States with broadcast and also digital outlets. So we really become a source for all things in Spanish language and in Hispanic culture. And automotive is a huge part of that. I like to say, regardless of skin color, it's hard to buy a car. It's with the exception of maybe a home, the largest purchase that we make. And just 5 years ago, U.S. Hispanics only accounted for about 9% of new car sales. And now in 2024, we're over right at 17%.
That's a huge bump.
It's a massive bump, not only in pure unit sales, but also in growth. And largely what's driving it is the Hispanic consumer is about 14 years younger than non-Hispanics. So this is a consumer that is entering the workforce, buying new cars, buying houses, having families. So very much a growth driver for the manufacturers.
So on that front, from the challenges you see for communication, I think I'd love to really kind of hit on communication in our conversation, because oftentimes, I mean, that makes or breaks the opportunity for a brand or a service or anything to impact someone's life in a positive way that they will say yes. On the EV front, where do you see that there are improvements that are needed that are going to serve the Spanish-speaking community in that way?
Yeah, just in general, there's more content, more news, more sports in English. So the very idea of making, on average a $45,000 purchase, whether you buy or lease, you need information. And we have done, as well as our competitors, have done a good job of having automotive content in language. And I think the manufacturers, some of which are here, and Ford and Toyota, Volkswagen, have really led and displayed what the new power plant offerings, whether it's hybrid or pure battery electric. So they also have been very informative to help consumers make smart decisions about what's right for them and their families.
When we talk about EVs, obviously there are some intimidating technical terms that come into the mix. Are you finding that people are having a harder time getting that translation when they're shopping for a car?
Yeah, I think all of the data and research proves one thing, and that's regardless of our skin color or our ethnicity, we have the same concerns. So in the EV space, range anxiety, cost, all the same things that may bother me or confuse me that I may be ignorant about before doing my research, the same thing exists for our consumer. So it is important that the manufacturers have touched on these topics or touched on these questions in language.
But do you think, obviously the manufacturer plays a big role in it, but who else do you think will help with this type of transition and in getting, Who else is responsible?
Who do we blame, John?
Yes.
Who do we blame?
Who do we point the finger at?
Well, I think it's important for us. I mean, part of our mission statement is to inform, entertain, and empower our Hispanic audience. So we talk about that all the time in news coverage and information on cars, just like how to finance. What is an acceptable range? Do I need a charger at home? Just all the things that might be a roadblock.
So to give people some exposure to what you've produced to date on some of these programs and some of the information you've done on the automotive side, what have you done to date, and also what's coming down the pipeline based on the learnings you have?
Yeah, so in the United States, there's 4 or 5 major auto shows. And like we've had coverage in the past from Electrify Expo, from the Los Angeles, New York, Detroit auto shows. And we will produce that and run some of that news and content on our morning show. Despierta America, which is a very widely 5 days a week morning show, largely a female audience, and but we have regular automotive content on that show, and I think just the coverage from these auto shows is a significant resource for our audience.
Are there other opportunities that you have seen with the transition into electrification and the popularity of it over time, where you have decided to include something in your publication in order to kind of like accelerate that or provide the best information for the people that are reading and watching your stuff?
Yeah, I think the editorial coverage, both like yourself, the new product or the new vehicles is what drives the coverage and what drives the excitement. So recently we had the ID Buzz, the Volkswagen ID Buzz, and I don't think because it was an electrified vehicle we had it on. It was Volkswagen's bringing this iconic model back that happens to be electric. So
by the way, if you want a free T-shirt with the Buzz on it, that's what this long line is all about.
If you can hear our voices, that's what's on the back of the shirt when you get it. No, but I think the phrase you just used is very important in this conversation. And again, you've got a background in automotive and how we communicate in the automotive world is it just happens to be electric. Is that there was, again, 10, 15 years ago, people that were early adopters of EVs, it was like, no, I'm buying that because it is. And again, if you look at the Leaf sales back in the day, what was the demographic that was buying it? It was very particular to that type of buyer. Now we're seeing that the brands are producing retro models that it's great. People are excited about seeing that because it's nostalgic. It's bringing back a heritage. What we see with Ford and with the F-150 and with the Mustang, these are cars that are iconic in many ways. They just happen to be electric.
Yeah, I like to say that it's a power plant choice, and we used to have different engine sizes to choose from, maybe depending on our driving or our gas mileage concerns or needs, and now the electrified movement, whether it's hybrid or pure battery electric, it's here. It's not going anywhere.
Yeah, that's for sure.
Yeah, there may be ebbs and flows in how, as consumers, we're incentivized to buy electric vehicles. But if you drive one, and that's what I think is great about Electrify Expo, the ability to go test drive and sit in and feel what these vehicles are all about, it's a much different experience.
Well, and to the point that you're bringing up, because you work with Univision, look at the people that are here. It is a wide demographic of people that are interested in this technology. So I think it's exciting just to think of it from that perspective, is that it's not just one person that's buying electric or electrified vehicles.
No, that's Hispanics in the United States account for 17% of new vehicle sales, and of that, 15% are pure electric, pure battery electric, not counting hybrid.
That's from a data perspective, I don't think most people in the industry know that.
Yeah.
That's why I have a job.
Yes, you do. Well, you made a comment that I think is important too. And again, you've got an automotive background. You've got an automotive background. All of us up here do. And you use the language of, it's a power plant decision. Well, one of the things that I've seen in the last 5-10 years is I think that the discussion of the user experience of owning an electric car compared to a gas car, to me, I think it's a fuel choice as opposed to a power plant choice. And I'm curious to get your thought on that. Is because at the end of the day, once they purchase the car, the user experience of it is that once it's full of whatever fuel it is, again, it just happens to be electric. But you got to get that electricity in, and that's the user experience difference. I mean, I'd love to get your thoughts on that type of a topic.
I am an EV owner, or my family is, so we have both a gas and EV in our family fleet. And it's a different experience. Plugging in versus filling up, plugging in perhaps at home. The ease of charging at home, I think, is unbelievable. And the maintenance, the driving experience, it's all quite positive. I mean, I've had mine now for about a year, and it's been a great experience. And not having to go to a gas station didn't bother me, but I could see it bothering some people. I can see that stopping in a strange place or remote place may be intimidating as opposed to being able to charge at home.
Well, yeah. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Being an EV owner, what is the thing that you think most people are missing out on from that perspective and adopting an EV?
Yeah, I think most EV buyers weren't concerned or interested in performance, and I think that was the thing that surprised me the most, was the driving experience and the performance. So I know that shows up in research, that's not necessarily a key contributor to why somebody buys a battery electric vehicle, but it becomes a pleasant surprise.
I think you bring up a good point, and we kind of mentioned that early adopter mindset earlier, is we're transitioning away from what were the motivators, right? There was the people that, again, we talked about today, it's like, if you built your own PC, I bet you were an early adopter of an electric car.
They came in with a clipboard and had every little detail on a piece of paper and checked off those little check boxes, so they already knew what they were looking for, but detail to detail, and they were just ready to sign a check.
Yeah, and think about even talking to dealers over the years about how they would say, no, I mean, if you go back 10 years, even 5 years, the people that would walk in, they had done so much homework that they were saying, I can walk circles around you on the topic of this car, the features, everything else. But now we're getting to that place where we're getting that wider spread of the demographics of the buying public. And you're bringing up some points. Again, like I said, I don't think people that we talk to know the data points that you just pointed out, which is, that is, what was it, 17% of new car purchases, and 15% of that 70% is a plug-in vehicle. That's showing too that there are people that are not, again, in the common thread of what we might see as an EV buyer right now. It's like, no, they're making the decisions. Out of curiosity, do you see through the data that you have, is it that they are doing the homework on their own and getting it and they're being proactive in that way? But are they, as we're talking about, are they buying it for that same reason of the early adopters, or is it that performance piece, or is it cost savings? What do you see the drivers are?
The drivers are, both the pros and cons are the same amongst Hispanic and non-Hispanic. So there's not this big psychographic difference. So cost and range are probably two of the negatives.
Okay.
But also then on the pro or the positive is range. The affordability of range. Many of our driving habits are a lot less than we may think they are. So
you don't drive 300 miles a day, John?
No, I don't, thank God. But that cost of charging maybe once or twice a month. I know the cost to our electric bill was significantly less than I thought it was going to be, and really the equivalent of maybe a tank of gas a month. So there is that cost benefit ownership. So I think that's important for the dealers when speaking to consumers.
Oh, yeah.
To educate on there may be more upfront costs, but then the ownership costs and the ownership experience becomes more affordable.
Now, do you talk a lot to just the automakers, or do you have the opportunity to kind of interact with some of their partners and people who are on the boots on the ground that are dealing with people in their own areas? Because each area has their own demographic as well.
Yeah, so Univision is fortunate that we have a broadcast station where we have national coverage. But I think most importantly for us, we have 20 owned and operated stations in 20 of the largest cities in the United States. So that touch point for our OEM partners and the dealers is very important. And knowing that how somebody buys a car in Miami is different than how they buy a car in Los Angeles or in Chicago or New York. So yeah, we are close to our consumer and are able to then report back to our advertising partners what that buyer behavior is in their DMA.
As you described the reach that you have, it made me think of some of the conversations we had yesterday with electric utility representatives. are they engaging with you in the efforts you're making, not just on the automotive discussion, but how it relates back to if you do own a home and the utility that is your local utility, they're kind of your new fuel provider. Is that something you guys are working on?
It's something we have tried to work on, but there's very little outward marketing by those brands or companies.
Yeah, it's true.
Now, and it's probably going to have to change, because I still think that is a blocking point of, having to put a charger in my house. Do I have to put a charger? How much does that cost? Who pays for that? When are the opportune times to charge my vehicle?
And it sounds like to me you're talking about all these education points. So I know you
yeah.
touched on advertising, but do you see that there is an opportunity not only on the education side of things? Because when I see an ad from a car company, a lot of times it's just a flashy, showy, like it's very fast. Like, what opportunities do you see for the advertisers to actually make an impact to get people, more knowledgeable about the realities of owning an electric vehicle?
Yeah, I think that's a great question. Obviously, you're a great journalist. I think some of the leading OEMs, like Hyundai and Chevrolet specifically, they've used digital marketing to have a little longer form content. So instead of just a 30-second commercial on television, actually using an influencer to speak about real-world examples. And so both Hyundai and General Motors were early adopters at doing that, trying to speak in Spanish to the Hispanic consumer about specifically EV.
I don't know if we're going to solve it immediately, but I think that's at least a step in the right direction. I wonder, as you are, again, you have a background in automotive, and you've got now this very specific focus on what you're doing through Univision. How do you see that, and kind of to what you were pointing to, is from an advertising perspective, how do you see that, in your opinion, things have changed quickly, but what do you see that is really still stagnating? Is it just the communication, or is it the fact that the technology could still improve? I would love to get your thoughts as a car guy. Like, what's your thought on that?
Wow, I think the technology is incredible. I look back personally myself, and BEV to me was just Tesla. And I think a major evolution is where all the major OEM brands, for the most part, have some type of electrified offering, and specifically a battery electric offering. And so when you combine that brand reputation, the quality, the reliability that some of those brands have, whether it's real or perceived, and then they introduce a battery electric vehicle, and then I think they've added better styling. Styling is a key attribute why we are attracted to a car or to a brand.
It's an extension of our personality.
Sometimes people just buy because it's such a good-looking car.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I think there were Tesla detractors based on styling, and I often said that when Porsche and Audi and Hyundai, Honda all got into the game and were able to employ their styling and their brand image, it attracted, I'm a Toyota person, or I'm a Ford guy, or I'm a Chevy guy. It attracted those people into different power plants.
Well, and we hit on that in the last conversation, which was, we have a question.
Yeah, John, thanks for being here. My question was related to the data. You said you're data heavy, data invested regarding the Hispanic consumer. Now, are you seeing in your data a barrier in the Hispanic consumers in EV adoption? And part B with that, how would we
that U.S. Hispanics are buying absolutely on par or equal to the rest of the consumers in the United States, regardless of skin color. So there was a perception or belief that there was an affordability problem, which the data dispels. They're not. They're buying at the same price, and they're buying the same models, and they're buying the same, whether it's luxury or entry. Everything is pretty much on par. Maybe a slight delay. I mean, I'm talking half a percentage point, but nothing alarming that says Hispanics are not buying Audi, BEVs, or Teslas for that matter.
So what's the next step for Univision in this conversation? You're doing a lot already. You're guiding the ship. What's next?
Yeah, we're actually looking at some new editorial ideas to expand our automotive coverage. It's again, sticking with our mission to inform and entertain our consumer. it's a huge price point. It's a huge investment. It's a huge out of pocket. You know, if you're married or have a partner, you may disagree on what the appropriate vehicle is. So I think from a news and editorial standpoint, if we can help dispel and educate and inform on some of those myths, it'll be important for us. And then, you know, we become, because of that editorial, because of the content that we have, it attracts marketers to communicate their side of that. So if we talk about EV technology or how to buy an EV, it's then up to the marketer to convince that consumer to buy their brand.
What you've done today is, again, this is the EV Reality Check booth, and the intent is, again, to dispel myths and rumors and educate everybody who's listening today. So for those of you who have heard everything today, make sure you do check out Univision, and for all the work that you're doing. No, I mean, I think it's important because, again, this has been educational for both Lacey and I in a lot of ways. And I think what it speaks to is we look at the EV market and we want to have it be more inclusive and bring everybody into the conversation. And for all the things that I know that you and I work on a regular basis, you just inform me on a ton as to how we can talk to other stakeholders, whether that is automakers, auto dealers, electric utility companies, even nonprofits that are really working on this that need better answers. You have a lot of useful information you can provide to that. And so for that, thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you for having me.
All right. Well, thanks again. And for those in line, you got your free T-shirt coming. If you have any questions, again, John, if you want to hang around for a little bit, maybe for those in line, if you heard what we've been talking about, ask some questions. This is the EV Reality Check booth powered by GreenCars.com. We'll be back again for another session soon. John, thanks again. And Trey, spin that.
Thank you.
It's electric.
gotta keep them separated. Separated. Hey, the man you're disrespecting me. You gotta keep them separated. Hey, don't pay no mind. You're on your routine, you won't be doing it tight. Hey, come out and play. Separated. Hey, man, you're talking back to me. You gotta keep them separated. Hey, don't pay no mind. You're on your 18, you won't be doing it tight. Hey, come out and separated. Hey, man, you're disrespecting me. You gotta keep them separated.
should see the things we do, baby. In the middle of the night, in my dreams, I know I'm gonna be with you, so I'll take my time. Are you ready for it? I was a robber, first time that he saw me, stealing hearts and running off and never saying sorry. But if I'm a thief, then he can join the heist and we'll move to an island, and he can be my jailer, virgin to this tailor. Every love I've known in comparison is a failure. I forget their names now, I'm so very tame now, never be the same now. I see how this is gonna go. Touch me and you'll never be alone. Island breeze and lights down low. No one has to know. In the middle of the night, in my dreams, you should see the things we do, baby. In the middle of the night, in my dreams, I know I'm gonna be with you, so I take my time. Are you ready for it? Are you ready for it? Baby, let the games begin. Let the games begin. Let the games begin now. Baby, let the games begin. Let the games begin. Let the games begin. I see how this is gonna go. Touch me and you'll never be alone. Island breeze and lights down low. No one has to know. In the middle of the night, in my dreams, you should see the things we do, baby. In the middle of the night, in my dreams, I know I'm gonna be with you, so take my time. In the middle of the night, let the games begin. Let the games begin. Let the games begin. Are you ready for it? Baby, let the games begin. Let the games begin. Let the games begin. Are you ready for it?
I get it. Hey, I get it. Hey, hey, I get it. Hey, I get it. Hey, I get it. Hey, you ain't nothing.
Knew he was a killer, first time that I saw him. Wonder how many girls he had left and left haunted. But if he's a ghost, then I can be a phantom, holding him for ransom. Some boys are trying too hard. He don't try at all though. Younger than my exes, but he act like such a man. So I see nothing better. I keep him forever, like a vendetta. I see how this is gonna go. Touch me and you'll never be alone. Island breeze and lights down low. No one has to know. In the middle of the night, in my dreams, you should see the things we do, baby. In the middle of the night, in my dreams, I know I'm gonna be with you, so I'll take my time. Are you ready for it? I was a robber, first time that he saw me, stealing hearts and running off and never saying sorry. But if I'm a thief, then he can join the heist and we'll move to an island, and he can be my jailer, virgin to this tailor. Every love I've known in comparison is a failure. I forget their names now, I'm so very tame now, never be the same now. I see how this is gonna go. Touch me and you'll never be alone. Island breeze and lights down low. No one has to know. In the middle of the night, in my dreams, you should see the things we do, baby. In the middle of the night, in my dreams, I know I'm gonna be with you, so I take my time. Are you ready for it?
Habíamos la amiga diciendo pa' janguear. Tiene un hábito ahí que la acabo de testear. Pero en bajita, ella no es de frontear. Ella es calladita, pero pa' eso es atrevida. Yo sé, mari, mari, bebida, gozándose la vida como es. Ella es calladita, pero pa' eso es atrevida. Yo sé, mari, mari, bebida, gozándose la vida como es. Ella no era así, no sé quién la dañó. Ella no era así, no sé quién la dañó. Pero ahora enrola y lo prende. Es panita del que vende. Ey, nena mala de repente. No sé si me miente, pero sé que tiene más de 20. Los shots de tequila ni lo siente. Ahora de la vida diferente. Buena, pero le gustan delincuentes. La baby llega y se siente la presión. Ella ni trata y llama la atención. Ey, el perreo es su profesión. Siempre apuesta para la misión. La baby llega y se siente la presión. Ella ni trata y llama la atención. Ey, el perreo es su profesión. Siempre apuesta para la misión. Ella es calladita, pero pa' eso es atrevida. Yo sé, mari, mari, bebida, gozándose la vida como es. Ella es calladita, pero pa' eso es atrevida. Yo sé, mari, mari, bebida, gozándose la vida como es. Se dejó hace poco y tiene vida nueva. Anda con una amiga que es como su jeva, que le trajo 512 pa' que se la beba. Ella es calladita, no es que no se atreva. Si hay sol, hay playa. Si hay
Ya
playa,
mismo sale el sol.
hay alcohol. Si hay alcohol, hay de eso. Si es contigo, mejor.
Finish the minutes.
Si hay sol, hay playa. Si hay playa, hay alcohol. Si hay alcohol, hay de eso. Si es contigo, mejor. Quítate la ropa que hace calor. Días de playa, noches de terror. En la gaveta dejo el temor. Para los envidiosos,
Zombie
paz y
boy.
amor. Yeah, 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 yeah. Tiny, ey. Vamos, Bonnie, bye, bye, bye. Ella es calladita, pero pa' eso es atrevida. Yo sé, mari, mari, bebida, gozándose la vida como es. Ella es calladita, pero pa' eso es atrevida. Yo sé, mari, mari, bebida, gozándose la vida como es.
2025 Electrify Expo. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome and good afternoon. Do remember to come check us out at 4 p.m. at Electrify Show Off Stage, driven by Yokohama. 4 p.m. award ceremony. And if you haven't tried out the Ford Thrill Zone, make sure you try it out now. And you want the best book bag in the world, straps, backpacks, you're gonna find it only in the R Plus. Right next to the show off stage. Check us out.
Porque llegó el general. Tu pum pum, mami, mami, no me bang mata tu pum pum, mami, mami, no me bang mata tu pum pum, mami, mami, no me bang mata tu pum.
Don't forget to check out Envy Mods.
Bang mata después, tu pum pum no me puede matar. Ay mamacita porque soy un general, digo que a la pa'lante digo que te digo.
Of course, big shout out to the good people over at Tin World, Bobby.
Me lo van a corretear, boom. Como una bruja lo tendrás que castigar tu pum pum, mami, mami, no me bang matar.
Don't forget also to check out the Sony station.
Bang mata tu pum pum, mami, mami, no me bang mata tu pum pum, mami, mami, no me bang matar. Pues conozco chicas que le gustan firmada. Viene para el baile, ella no quiere
Of course,
bailar.
Toyota, Lexus,
Con mi amigo, si no lleva un
Tesla,
Toyota, él no maneja ningún Honda.
Lucid.
Y la cerveza no le puede comprar. Digo, todo lo que quiere es un pasito para gozar. Porque del baile no la puede sacar. Y a su
Midnight Electric Garage is also right here in front of our stage at the Yokohama show-off stage. They will be auctioning off something really special.
Alza la mano si te gusta el chocolate, digo. Alza la mano si te gusta el chocolate, digo. Bate que bate, el chocolate, digo. Bate que bate, tú no vayas a parar. Si no cogeré tu azúcar, la pondré en sal. Izquierda y derecha, yo te voy a noquear. Boom, tu pum pum, no me podrás ganar. Porque aquí están peleando contra un general. Mami, mami, no me van mata tu pum pum. Mami, mami, no me van mata tu pum pum. Mami, mami, no me van mata. Yo soy brown, bon. Digo que malo y no me ganan. Bravo y malo te digo y no me. Por eso escuchan esa cosa que le van a pronosticar. Digo,
good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen.
El general. Rico digo tiene que llegar.
Bienvenido, bienvenido.
Digo tiene que llegar. En Jamaica digo tiene que azotar. Costa Rica y en Panamá. Toda mi gente si lo van a gozar tu pum pum. Mami, mami, no me van mata tu pum pum. Mami, mami, no me van mata tu pum pum. Mami, mami, no me van matar, pues tu pum pum no me puede matar. Ay, mamacita, porque soy un general, digo que jala para adelante, digo jala para atrás. Tu pum pum, digo, se van a estirar, digo, todos los hombres lo van a corretear, boom. Como una bruja lo tendrá que castigar tu pum pum. Mami, mami, no me van matar tu pum pum. Mami, mami, no me van matar tu pum pum. Mami, mami, no me van matar, digo que conozco chicas que le gustan firmada. Viene para el baile, ellas no quieren bailar. Con mis amigos si no llevan collar. Él no maneja ningún Honda acá. Y la cerveza no le pueden comprar. Digo, todo lo que quiere es un pasito para gozar. Porque del baile no la pueden sacar. Y a su casa no la pueden llevar. So en una esquina se ponen a meñar. Y de repente yo lo oigo gritar. Mami, mami, no me van a matar tu pum pum. Mami, mami, no me.
Yes, sir. Welcome 2025, baby.
Mami, no me van a matar, yo soy blanco.
Siempre un flow, dando vuelta en un maquinón, cristales 5 en un capsulón. Y desde que salí, todos quieren repetir, pero ando en otra, baby, ya me fui. Y ahora ando por ahí, con los de siempre un flow, dando vuelta en un maquinón, cristales 5 en un capsulón. Y ando por ahí, con los de siempre un flow, dando vuelta en un maquinón, cristales 5 en un capsulón. Y la babata es de 5, baby, pa' dentro no se ve. Podemos bellaquear, también podemos prender. Yo te quiero esposar como si fuera un cuartel. Un Airbnb o nos vamos pa' un hotel. Donde quieras te como, pa' escaparnos tú dime cómo. Dime si somos o no somos, a ninguno perdono. Este booty se va a trending, eso sin darle promo. Hasta desde los 16, desde chamaquita rompiendo la ley. El de me explotó, pero es que no hay break. Lo comimos hoy, mañana replay. Hasta desde los 16, desde chamaquita rompiendo la ley. El de me explotó, pero es que no hay break. Lo comimos hoy, mañana replay. Y ando por ahí, con los de siempre un flow.
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon and welcome to Electrify Expo 2025.
Ando por ahí, con los de siempre un flow, dando vuelta en un maquinón, cristales 5 en un capsulón. Me aburrí de la jipeta y saqué un maquinón, que cuando lo acelero sienten la presión. Bellaquita de profesión, fue tapa el problemón. Mis diablas andan todas de misión. Ando en un Lamborghini que la alfombra dice diablo. Pa' arriba la puerta si la abro, baby. Compárenme con la que sea, yo la parto. Hijo va a ser millonario desde el parto. De mi baby ninguna le baja. La Jordan nueva de caja. Y la cuenta nadie me la paga. Te gusta como yo no te haga.
finish the finish.
Welcome, Sammy. Welcome, Betsy. Welcome.
Come and move that in my direction. So thankful for that. It's such
Welcome,
a blessing,
Elise.
yeah. Turn every situation into heaven, yeah. Oh, you are my sunrise on the darkest day. Got me feeling some kind of way. Make me wanna savor every moment slowly, slowly. You fit me, tailor-made, love how you put it on. Got the only key, know how to turn it on. The way you nibble on my ear, the only words I wanna hear. Baby, take it slow so we can last long.
Tú eres el imán y yo soy el metal. Me voy acercando y voy armando el plan. Solo con pensarlo se acelera el pulso.
Oh yeah,
Ya me está gustando más de lo normal. Todos mis sentidos van pidiendo más. Esto hay que tomarlo sin ningún apuro.
despacito. Quiero respirar tu cuello despacito. Deja que te diga cosas al oído. Para que te acuerdes si no estás
Thank you, Lou. Thank you, Neil.
Despacito. Quiero desnudarte
Show
besos
off family's amazing.
Firmo las paredes de tu laberinto.
Electrify Expo 2025, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. If you already haven't tried the Ford Thrill Zone experience, you need to make your way.
Si te pido un beso, ven dámelo. Yo sé que estás pensándolo. Llevo tiempo intentándolo. Mami, esto es dando y dándolo. Sabe que tu corazón conmigo te hace bam bam. Sabe que esa beba está buscando de mi bam bam. Me prueba de mi boca para ver cómo te sabe. Quiero ver con tu amor a ti te. Con delicadeza, pasito a pasito, suave suavecito, nos vamos pegando poquito a poquito. Y es que esa belleza es un rompecabezas, pero para montarlo aquí tengo la pieza, oye.
Despacito. Quiero respirar tu cuello despacito. Deja que te diga cosas al oído. Para que te acuerdes si no estás conmigo. Despacito. Quiero desnudarte a besos despacito. Firmo en las paredes de tu laberinto. Y hacer de tu cuerpo todo un manuscrito.
Quiero ver bailar tu pelo, quiero ser tu ritmo. Que le enseñes a mi boca tus lugares favoritos. Déjame sobrepasar tus zonas de peligro. Hasta provocar tus gritos. Y que olvides tu apellido. Despacito. This is how we do it down in Puerto Rico. I just wanna hear you screaming, ay bendito. I can go forever cuando esté contigo.
Pasito a pasito, suave suavecito, nos vamos pegando poquito a
Que le
poquito.
enseñes a mi boca tus lugares favoritos.
Pasito a pasito, suave suavecito, nos vamos pegando poquito a
Hasta
poquito.
provocar tus gritos. Y que olvides tu apellido.
Despacito.
Esta será difícil, pero se va. Anda con la mía, siempre arrebata. Pidiendo que le llegue, que ella me entregue. Pidiendo que le llegue, aunque a veces me niegue. Ella desaparece, pero aparece cuando le dan ganas. Han sido un par de veces, y si es por mí le doy toda la semana. Se hace la que no quiere, pero llama de madrugada. Terminaste sin rap otra vez, pidiendo que te tocara. Se hace la difícil, pero se va. Anda con la mía, siempre arrebata. Pidiendo que le llegue, que ella me entregue. Pidiendo que le llegue, aunque a veces me niegue. Mándame tu nombre, tu cara, tu risa y tu pelo. Ey, dime dónde tú estás, que yo partí con un vuelo. Ya yo nago ni le llego, aunque sé que no debo. Ey, pensar en ti, bebé, pero cuando bebo me viene tu nombre, tu cara, tu risa y tu pelo. Ey, dime dónde tú estás, que yo partí con un vuelo. Ya yo nago ni le llego. Ey, no me busques en Instagram, mami, búscame en casa, pa' que veas lo que pasa. Ey, si tú me pruebas te casa, ey, ese c ni te abraza. Y yo loco por tocarte, pero ni me atrevo a testearte. Tú con cualquier outfit la parte, mami, tú eres aparte. Chari tiene un culo bien grande, demasiado grande. Y ya lo tengo estudiado, ya mismo me graduó. Y en la cara me lo tatúo. Vi que viste mi story y subiste una pa' mí. Yo que me iba a dormir, ey, en la disco había 1000. Y yo bailando contigo en mi mente, aunque sé que no debo pensar en ti, bebé, pero cuando bebo me viene tu nombre, tu cara, tu risa y tu pelo. Ey, dime dónde tú estás, que yo partí con un vuelo. Ya yo nago ni le llego. Si me das tu dirección, yo te mando 1000 cartas. Si me das tu cuenta de banco, 1.000.000 de pesos. Todas las noches arrodillado a Dios le rezo, porque antes que se acabe el año tú me des un beso y empezar el 2023 bien. Contigo hay un blon. Tú te ves asesina con ese man, me matas sin un pistolón. Y yo te compro un Banshee, Gucci, Givenchy, un poodle, un Frenchie, el pasto, los monchis. Te canto un mariachi, me convierto en Itachi. Yeah, 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 yeah. Bad Bunny, baby, Bad Bunny, baby, che oase kusu chitai, demo anata toda que doko ni maska, che oase kusu chitai, demo anata toda que doko ni maska.
Let me rock it, that's all I wanna do. Shaka Khan, let me rock it, Shaka Khan. Let me rock it, 'cause I feel for you, feel for you. Feel for you.
in New York City. In a funky cheap hotel. She took my heart and she took my money. She must have slipped me a sleeping pill. She never drinks the water, makes you order French champagne. Once you've had a taste of her, you'll never be the same. It should make you go insane. Upside, inside out. She's living la vida loca. She'll push and pull you down. Living la vida loca. Her lips are devil red and her skin's a color mocha. She will wear you out. Living la vida loca. Living la vida loca. She's living la vida loca. She'll make you take your clothes off and go dancing in the rain. She'll make you live a crazy life, or she'll take away your pain like a bullet to your brain. Upside, inside out. She's living la vida loca. She'll push and pull you down. Living la vida loca. Her lips are devil red and her skin's a color mocha. She will wear you out. Living la vida loca. Upside, inside out. She's living la vida loca. She'll push and pull you down. Living la vida loca. Her lips are devil red and her skin's a color mocha. She will wear you out. Living la vida loca. Living la vida loca. She's living la vida
Up with it, girl. Rock with it, girl. Show them it, girl. With a bang bang. Bounce with it, girl. Dance with it, girl. Get with it, girl. With a bang bang.
Come on, turn the radio on. It's Friday night and I won't be long. Gotta do my hair, put my makeup on. It's Friday night and I won't be long till I hit the dance floor, hit the dance floor. I got all I need. No, I ain't got cash, but I got you, baby.
Just you
Baby,
and me.
I don't need dollar bills to have fun tonight. Baby, I don't need dollar bills to have fun tonight. I don't need no money.
You ain't more than diamond, more than gold.
As long as I can feel the beat.
Make the day just take control.
I don't need no money.
You ain't more than diamond, more than gold.
As long as I keep dancing.
Free up yourself, get out of control.
Come on, turn the radio on. It's Saturday and I won't be long. Gotta paint my nails, put my high heels on. It's Saturday and I won't be long till I hit the dance
With a
floor,
bang.
hit the dance
With a
floor.
bang.
I got all I need.
See.
No, I ain't got cash, but I got you, baby.
Just you
Baby,
and me.
I don't need dollar bills to have fun tonight. Baby, I don't need dollar bills to have fun tonight. I don't need no
You
money.
ain't more than diamond, more than gold.
As long as I can feel the beat.
Make the day just take control.
I don't need no
You ain't more
money.
than diamond, more than gold.
As long as I keep dancing.
Free up yourself, get out of control. Me and you, girl, you and me. Drop it to the floor and make me see your energy because me not play no hide and seek. Obviously the thing you ever make me feel weak, girl. Free. Cause anytime I whine and catch it, the selector pull it up and put it on repeat, girl. Me not touch a dollar in my pocket, cause nothing in this world ain't more than what you worth.
I don't need no money.
You worth more than diamond, more than gold.
As long as I can feel the beat.
Make the beat just take control.
I don't need no money.
You worth more than diamond.
get out of control.
Way free bird.
Bless them when there ain't no stress. This one is straight for the girl them. Enrique Iglesias, alongside Tennis. Bless them when there ain't no stress. Bless them when there ain't no stress. Bless them when there ain't no stress. This one is straight for the girl them. Enrique Iglesias, alongside Tennis owner. Get the girl them in the zone. Give them the big moan. Shine up all of me there. What we tell them on the throne. Locking in just like that. The girl them move on track. Shine up all of me there. Enrique, sing for them. Do it.
You look at me and girl, you take me to another place.
Baby girl.
Got me feeling like I'm flying, like I'm out in space. Something about your body says, come and take me. Got me begging, got me hoping that the night don't stop.
That body coming, don't stop.
Bailando, 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 bailando. Tu cuerpo y el mío llenando el vacío, subiendo y bajando. Bailando, bailando, bailando. Ese fuego por dentro me va enloqueciendo, me va saturando.
Girl, I like the way you move. Come and show me what you do. You can tell me that you want me, girl. You got nothing to lose. I can wait no more.
Ya no puedo más.
I can wait no more.
Hello, hello, hello. Welcome to Electrify Expo Orlando. It is a very beautiful day. Nice breeze blowing. And if you can hear my voice, I'm Matt Teske, the founder and CEO of Chargeway. It is the best EV app out there. Download it to find charging stations, plan road trips. We are in the EV Reality Check booth powered by GreenCars.com. And the booth here today is really for an opportunity to come and rest your feet, sit in the shade, but also ask questions if you have them. You get to learn from people from the industry that have a lot of experience with EVs, EV charging, and anything you want to know, that's what this booth is here for. And also, I get to be joined today by Miss GoElectric.
That's me. I have a 10-year plus decade industry of experience in the automotive business, and I specialize in EVs and have for, oh gosh, probably close to 10 years. And I have 3 YouTube channels, so be sure to subscribe at Miss GoElectric. We also run a weekly EV news series that I just published a new one today if you're interested in that.
So we got a lot we talk about at Expo, and one thing about the EV Reality Check booth this year is that it's really designed to be a one-stop shop for you. If you're walking by, if you've been test driving cars today, come by and chat with us. But we also are going to talk about various topics throughout the day. And one thing that comes up all the time is, okay, I'm buying an electric car. That means I have to charge this car.
I plug it in.
You plug it in. And there's a lot that goes into that, but we want to break it down, talk about some of the basics, but also, for those of you who have questions like, what is the cost, things of that nature, we want to cover a lot of it. So you actually mentioned something, Lacey, before we started about you could even just pull out your phone and say, I can actually look at it and say, I know exactly how much my last charge was.
That's right. I do a lot of road trips, and I have a Rivian R1T. Now, one of the reasons I bought that vehicle was, for one, I need a pickup truck because I do a lot with my pickup truck. And number 2 is that they offered a max pack battery, which offered 410 miles of range. And to me, someone who is not the typical EV driver who has that commute of maybe under 40 miles every single day, but drives long distances from Michigan to Tennessee to Florida to California, across the country to Denver, I really am interested in having a good amount of range so that I know, for one, I can fill up at home first and get a full charge and spend a little bit less money getting that full charge from my home instead of having to use another public fast charger when I'm on the way. So to kind of give you perspective of even just what home charging costs, the things you want to really look into is, for one, what is the battery size? Because all of these vehicles that we have available now in the EV world all have different size batteries, and they're maybe not as efficient as one another one, or maybe one is more efficient.
I was going to say, depending on the weight and size of the vehicle, I mean, there's some batteries out there. For example, right here next to the booth, we've got a Tesla Model X with its doors open. The battery that's inside that vehicle is what's called a 100 kilowatt hour battery. And so a kilowatt hour, also kilowatt, it can be a little bit confusing, all these terms. Sometimes I'm like, okay, that's a 100 electric unit battery. What does that mean? Well, a kilowatt hour price here in Florida is about, depending on where you go, it's like 10 to 12 cents. So, for example, to fill up that vehicle from 0 to 100% at home is going to cost you around $10 to $12.
And basically what you do is you just multiply 0.12, 12 cents.
By 100.
By 100, and there you go. You have the amount of money that it would cost you. Now, on your utility bill, you want to look up to see exactly what that cost is going to average, because, of course, you have other fees that are included. But if you take that total amount and then just divide it out by what the size of your battery is, that's really how you can determine really easily how much it's really going to cost you to refill this at your house if you have a level 2 charger. But I think what most people are most concerned about is DC fast charging, because when you're out in a public fast charger, it's kind of similar in the regard to a gas station, because all the gas stations around the country are different priced as well, depending on what region you're in. So we can say the same thing as far as the utility goes, and also depends on who's installing the chargers.
Yeah, there's a lot of questions that I think happen all the time from people who are getting into EVs for the first time is, okay, yeah, what is my fill-up going to cost? And I think the biggest question to ask first is just, again, about lifestyle. So the homeowner, you're going to fill up at home for that $10, $12 full charge, basically almost exclusively. Yep. I mean, your home charging is an option, is what really sets apart the EV ownership experience. But then it's that 5% use case of, but I want to drive from Orlando to Charlotte, and I need to know I can do it, number one. And then number two, what is that cost going to be? And so away from home, that's where that variability in pricing comes into play. So some fast chargers, you might be able, for example, to fill up a Tesla supercharger. It's around $25 to $30 for a fill up on average around the U.S.
And I think another thing to point out in that regard is that, you know, in Tesla vehicles, that if you stop at one of their charging stations, they have demand time pricing differences. So like, say, at 8 a.m. to 12 p.m., it's a certain price, but, you know, maybe it's a little bit more expensive because when high demand kicks in,
they got to charge you more.
Yeah, you need to, you know, make sure that you're accommodating for that. So that is one thing to consider. But generally speaking, when we see most of the other charging networks, the price is pretty consistent across the board. And maybe there's a membership you can add on that would allow you to pay a small monthly fee, but then get a lower price.
Get a discounted rate.
Right, at a discounted rate when you do stop. So if you do publicly charge a lot, it might be worth the investment because it'll pay for itself in the long run.
And that's part of it too, is if you are, I mentioned this, if you're a homeowner, if you're local, it's all at your house. If you aren't a homeowner and you park on the street, or you maybe rent an apartment, you don't have a dedicated spot where you can put a charger, you do still have to go find your fill up, and that's an important thing to consider. But we've all been doing that for a long time with gas. But with charging, another aspect that's really important to understand is how fast you can charge at those stations that are out in the wild, because they could range from something like you'd have at your house, like a level 2 charger, as you were mentioning, but that's really designed for if you're going to hang out for a long time. Maybe that's at a hotel for overnight, something like that. But if you want to get back on the road fast, you want to know you can fill up fast, and that's something that you need to navigate. So one thing that's important to mention that is, so Chargeway, the company that I founded, this is an app you can download to your phone, and it really helps you navigate those options. So if you're looking for the best power level to get you back on the road fast, if you use the Chargeway app, it's going to show you levels 1 through 7 on the screen on the map. If you're at a level 7 charger and your car can charge that fast, that's going to get you back on the road in about 15 to 20 minutes, and that's important to know.
Yeah, and the thing is when we talk about this information, there's a lot of information that you might want to know about charging. What's great is with something like Chargeway, you actually have all that information baked in. So if someone wants to know, oh, what is this going to cost me? What is the estimate of this trip that I'm going to plan? You can plan the trip in there and find out how much it's going to cost. So it actually takes all that effort of having to plan out the work for you.
Well, and that's important. I think what the EV industry is showing is that not only are you switching to a new fuel type being electricity, but the cool part is with software, if you're making intelligent software that's also intuitive, then if the thinking is done for you, it adds a level of confidence. I think that's a big part of what Electrify Expo is about, is to say it's not that it's all different and crazy and weird. It's actually, these are great cars that go the distance. They can charge fast, but there are tools out there that make it so it is less intimidating to do.
Yeah, and when we talk about what the cost is, of course, you had mentioned the average, I believe, here is somewhere around 10 cents to 12 cents per kilowatt hour. And when you go out into the DC fast charging, those public charging stations, you can kind of basically, except from what my experience from road tripping, I'm sure from yours too, anywhere from maybe like 35 cents per kilowatt hour to, you know, sometimes I've seen 60 cents per kilowatt hour.
There are some stations that are pretty pricey.
They're a little pricey.
Yeah.
But the great thing is that now we have so much as far as choices with DC fast charging, and it's only getting better.
Yep.
So if we see on the Chargeway app, hey, this one is maybe
That's
a little bit more
pricier.
expensive than I want to, I can go and pick a different one that's not too far along.
That's the fun thing we're seeing, is the amount of fast charging infrastructure that's been installed throughout the U.S. is growing at a rapid rate. And so if you don't like one, literally at an intersection or at an off-ramp, it used to be there was one option. We're now seeing across the U.S. you'll have multiple options to choose from at higher power levels. There's a question right here?
Yes, Matt, thank you. You mentioned that kilowatt was 10 to 12 cents to charge your EV, your battery.
At home.
At
yeah.
home, correct. Now, if more people install EV chargers at home,
options from electric utility companies around the U.S. We had a gentleman from the Orlando Utility Commission here yesterday who mentioned we have lower price tiers based on the time of day. The utilities call this a time of use rate. I like to just say that's your discounted time because that's what you really want to know. And so if you do install a level 2 charger at home, if you're charging at level 1, which is like plugging into a wall outlet, it's going to take you some time, but the cost is going to be the same whether it's level 1 or level 2 for the electricity. It's just that the level 2 will charge you up faster.
And to be fair, I actually have one of my best friends. I did convince her to buy an electric car. This was a while ago. And when she bought it, she's in a rental, and she didn't have the ability to install a level 2 home charger. But actually what she found, she's like, it doesn't matter because I don't need it. All I need to do is have access to a 110 plug, and there was one right near where she parked the vehicle every single night. So literally for years, she has been just charging on a 110 outlet and getting her fill that she needs because her commute is not too excessive.
Yeah, I mean, I've been driving EVs for over 10 years, and my EV that I own currently, I just charge it on a level 1 charger at home because I don't drive really more than 20 miles a day. And so it's a conditioning factor that really comes into play for how you understand how to use a new fuel type. I mean, that's really what we're talking about. And I think the access to homeowners having the ability and the option to say, I can slowly charge up, maybe charge a little bit faster with a level 2 if I need to. Having that option is, frankly, that's the flexibility of it, I think, is what's most important, because you don't have to worry about going out and finding the fill up. The fill up awaits you at home. So you had the question about the fast charging as well, right, for the pricing? Yeah, so on the fast charging side of it, the pricing is, as Lacey was mentioning, is depending on the location, they might have different rates at different times. And that's because those charging networks that you encounter, whether it's Tesla, Electrify America, EVgo, there's about 50 networks now in North America that are out there. They're all having to get that electricity from the utility to, again, resell it to you. And they have to manage what that load looks like on the grid because, as we all know, hey, if there's a lot of people using air conditioning or something on a hot day, the grid manages that, so the networks therefore have to make sure that they can price it appropriately so that they, again, it's a business. They've got to make sure they're making money too.
Now, Lacey, you mentioned that you road trip a lot. I'm kind of curious, do you charge your vehicle at the hotel, the destination charging, or do you look for an EV charging station prior to it?
That's one of my favorite life hacks is that when I do road trip, I determine how much I want to drive in a day. And in order to optimize that and save some time stopping at a charger, what I'll do is I will strategically pick a hotel that has availability of level 2 charging. And again, I know we're singing the praise of Chargeway, but this is another good reason to use the app, is because you can literally see if this is a hotel that is putting in a charging station that is operational and it works. Because in some cases, in some hotels that I've come across, they have put in the equipment, but it was not necessarily as thought out as it could be, and some of them are down. So you get the information of that real time. Is this an operational charging station that I can utilize at the hotel when I'm staying? Because I don't care how long it takes. If it can charge to a full charge when I get back on the road in the morning, that's ideal. And even if it is
it's going to optimize you for fast charging, but you have the option to see all of the charging along your route so that if you do want to have an overnight stop, you can say, well, actually, as you described, oh, there's a level 2 charger here, and inside the Chargeway app, when you tap on a station pin, it tells you the amenities nearby. So the first amenity nearby will probably say Red Lion Inn or Best Western or something, and you're going to know that you have an option to say that I'm going to do an overnight charge instead and not have a road trip where you're just leapfrogging, but you do have the option to stay overnight.
Exactly. And I feel like it just, if you can plan out your day like that, when you're stopping to charge, it's not an inconvenience because you're already, I got to go to the restroom or I have to get a bite to eat. And by the time I'm done doing all that, I'm ready to get back on the road. But also I think there's a misconception that you need to charge to 100% every time you stop. And that's just not the case, because when you're looking at fast charging, you're really getting the fastest speeds to get back on the road when you're at a lower state of charge. And so it might not be worth it to wait till you get to 80% up to 100%, because it's going to take much longer than it would when you're down at 10% to 50%.
Well,
so
and that's an interesting factor of just, driving an electric car, about how the fill up works. And I think this is where it's so fun. We're getting to a place where the battery range is getting so high, 250, 300, 350 miles. I would love to have it turn into where the automakers would say, you can charge from 0 to 100%, and this is how long it takes you. But in reality, it's actually 80%. And then you'd have like a bonus battery you could use for road tripping. And just say, use your bonus battery for road tripping if you want to. I would love to see that happen, because I think it's an easier thing to explain. Because instead of saying, oh, only go to 80, it's like, no, you can go to 100. But your bonus battery that you may not normally use for daily driving, use it for your road trip.
well, you might also be like, well, I do want to go to 100%. There's the other side of the coin too. So it's really up to you on what you want to prioritize when you're traveling.
Well, and it's about dwell time, really. It's like, how long do I want to wait? And so at a level 7 charger, for example, if you use the Chargeway mobile app, you can use a vehicle that can charge up to level 7. That'd be like a Tesla or a brand new Hyundai Ioniq 5, or, for example, the Lucid down here. That is a 15 to 20-minute charge to get you back on the road to about 80%. A level 6 charger, that's about a 30 to 40-minute charge. That's more like a lunch stop. Level 5 is about an hour and 15 minutes. So as you go down in power, your wait time goes up. But depending on what you want to do when you stop, amenities nearby, lunch, you got the kids with you, you got to stretch your legs. But you might just be like, I want to get back on the road. Kids, hit the bathroom. This is a level 7 charger. We're out of here in 15 minutes.
Well, and the other side of it is that if you know you're going to spend more time, many of these companies with charging networks are now deciding to implement idle fees. So you might be like, I don't want to get nailed with idle fees and it charge faster than what I'm doing already, because then it'll cost me more money than I really wanted it to.
I've had that happen. I was on a road trip with my wife, and we stopped, and we were fast charging. It was at a level 6 charger, and I thought, all right, we're going to stop and have lunch. This is going to take us too long. And we plugged in, went down to the restaurant that was just like basically in the same parking lot. And as we were talking and eating, all of a sudden my phone buzzed and said, your car's done. And I went, oh, okay. So at that point I was like, oh, I do need to go move my car. So it's actually, if you're not actively thinking about how long it takes you to grab lunch or something like that, and you are trying to relax, the truth of the matter is fast charging that's out there, level 7, level 6 charging, it is so fast that it isn't going to actually negatively impact your road trip.
Yeah, and I think that is one simple way to kind of define charging, is instead of having to process all this planning information, just see it as, can I match my dwell time with the charging experience? And then it answers itself for you, and it makes it an easy process.
It's again, this is part of the learning curve, and a big part of what Electrify Expo is all about is to answer these questions. Yep, another one.
Now, the topic of road trips, would you suggest me charging, that I should charge my vehicle up to 100% all the time?
If you're going to be planning a road trip and you're going, start with 100%. As Lacey was mentioning, that's what she does.
Because it's the most affordable way to do it, in comparison to maybe like 10 to 12 cents per kilowatt hour versus maybe, 35 cents to 60 cents per kilowatt hour. Charging at home and getting your 100% charge is, the best path to have the most affordable trip.
The first 300 400 miles that you're going to take is going to be the cheapest part of that trip. And then the moment you're public charging is going to be more expensive. So the way that I always view it is, and I actually had this happening once before too, is I was at home, car was plugged in, I was at about, 50, 60% or something like that, and I was going to catch a flight to drive, I was going to fly from Portland, Oregon to Spokane, Washington for a meeting. All of a sudden this huge winter storm hits, and the airport said, nope, flights are done. And I had to get to this meeting. My car was 50% charged, and I just went, I'm hitting the road. And so I started with 50% because I wasn't planning to take the road trip, but there was enough fast charging that as my car drained down to about 10%, I hit the first fast charger. I was back on the road in about 20 minutes, and I just hit 2 or 3 fast chargers on the trip, and I was done. I think that's the thing is you can do that now, but the visibility of what the charging is out there, this is where
people don't even know.
They don't even know.
where
and,
it is.
And we were chatting earlier with I think it was John mentioned it. It's just about like there's not enough visibility to what people are needing to know about charging. But that's why something like Chargeway is helpful because you can visualize what your options are.
Yeah, and I think that when you think of refueling a gas car, it's easy because you have these big signs that say whether it's on the highway or it just poking up over the trees is that this is a gas station here. We don't really have that with EV charging. It's just it's out and about, and some people just don't even notice that it's there. So, I mean, we have seen some progression in companies starting to install a little bit better signage and lights on the chargers so that there's some visibility there. But again, you kind of have to shift the mentality is that maybe I don't see it, but it is there because we have the tools to be able to find it.
This is where something like Electrify Expo and even here at the EV Reality Check booth, that's what we're here for, is to dispel the myths and rumors and say, okay, well, how much charging is out there? Well, there's over 90,000 stations in North America that are listed within Chargeway, for example, and that's from over 50 networks. So it's out there. To your point, it doesn't have the same type of high visibility that we've seen from gas. And frankly, we're not marketing electricity as a fuel option at all right now. And that was brought up, I think, yesterday about, where could we change the conversation? That's something I think actually John mentioned earlier from Univision, where he said, the advertising of the fact that the utilities are someone who's in your automotive experience now. We really do need that. But this is where, again, events like Expo, products like Chargeway, they are stepping in to fill those gaps. And that's where I think this is a really informative space for people to get that information.
Another thing that I think people get a little bit nervous on when they are getting into exploring, maybe shopping for an EV, is what is going to be the cost of me getting a charger installed at my house?
Oh, yeah.
So what has been your experience, Matt?
So the way that anybody who asks me this, I always ask, what year was your house built? Because that really will dictate a lot. And so it all boils down to where's your breaker box, and then how old is that breaker box? Those two questions will dictate how high your cost will go. So, for example, my home was built about 20 years ago. The breaker box is in the garage. It's newer. We had space on it to use a circuit for a charger. And the guy that walked in that did the install said, this is going to take me about 30 minutes. And he literally just ran a little bit of wire below the breaker box and put in a brand new plug and went, and there you go. Our situation was great. There are other people that will say, our breaker box is in our basement. Our house was built decades ago, and we need to upgrade it. This is where a lot of utilities around the U.S. are offering programs to customers to say, if you need to upgrade your breaker box, which is step one if you need it, we're offering rebates for that. So that's where it's really important to, if you need information related to home charging, you are a homeowner and you have these questions, that's where you can go to your local utility website and see if they have rebates for that information, because that's where you have to start if you're a homeowner.
I think that's the secret weapon of this industry, is that there are a lot of hidden incentives for people to go electric. And whether that's from the vehicle side or the charging side, really investigate those, because it can really make a difference on how much it is going to cost you. It could be completely complimentary, because we know now that several automakers, in order to sell more EVs, are offering incentives for people to get installed home chargers. They're offering their own home chargers now too, so that it's a one-stop shop. And hey, they're even offering advice from electricians from their trusted partners in order to get you exactly what you need to know in order to get the charging station installed.
That's, I think, what the automakers are realizing is that they do have to own a lot of that research and just removing some of the barriers. And the incentive, if you are a homeowner, if you have an automaker that says if you buy this vehicle from us, we will take care of that headache. We will literally do all the homework for you. We will have an electrician come in, do an assessment, and we will go through the process of having it all installed. That's white glove treatment. Who doesn't want that?
Or even asking your dealer partner. Maybe they have someone that
Yep.
they know that's a trusted, respected electrician that they use for all of their EV customers in the area, and they could help facilitate that as well.
I think we're talking about a ton of different options, a lot of places you can research. I think the bottom line for me is if you are a homeowner and you want to buy an EV and you have a place where you park your car at night, just go find your breaker box. Start there. If you can start there, get a look at it, and then if you can see how far away it is from your car, that's going to dictate price of drawing the power to it. But then also, if you need to upgrade it, you can even take a photo of it and send it to an electrician and say, I want to get an EV. Do I have enough room to install a charger on this breaker box? And they can just look at it and tell you, literally.
Exactly.
And so that's where you start. Once you've gotten down that pathway, then you can get a sense for pricing. Level 2 chargers are abundant. You can buy them through a variety of outlets, whether it's from your OEM, your dealer, even Amazon. And those cost anywhere from, $400 to $500 to $600 on average, I would say. Yeah.
Yeah.
And once you get to that and you get it done, there's an upfront cost, but the rebates are there potentially from your local utility.
Yeah, and another thing to consider is, are you interested in vehicle to home or vehicle to grid technology too? Because that might require a little bit more equipment.
Yep.
But in some cases, it might very well be worth it. If you have blackouts or brownouts regularly,
Yep.
you might want the ability to have your EV's battery power your home while there's a blackout so that you have no interruptions. Or maybe you have precious equipment inside your house. I know for me,
Right.
I have that system. I have a system that allows me to send energy back and forth, bidirectional charging. And what's so great about it is that all my studio equipment, my computers and my sensitive equipment is not affected by a blackout.
And that's what's so fun about what an EV can provide for these all these just different pathways for that's a benefit. And so for those who have never heard of what vehicle, V to X, vehicle to grid, vehicle to home, basically the cool thing about EVs, and it's not every EV on the market yet, unfortunately, but there's a lot of them that offer this. For example, the Ford F-150 Lightning is a great example. There are other brands out there like Hyundai and Kia that have these types of features built in where you can not just charge your car at home, but get power from your car in case of an emergency. And that is another feature that if you're looking for that as a benefit, depending on where you live. Here in Florida, we had one gentleman earlier who said, yeah, well, if there's a hurricane and for some reason the power goes out, how long could this car power my fridge and things like that? The answer is for days. For days. So these are things that are, again, benefits you may not have thought of as it relates to both charging and discharging.
Yeah, and to that topic, there was a few years back where there were some vehicles that were stranded in a snowstorm on the highway. I think it was somewhere in the Northeast or something
Buffalo
along those
sounds
lines. Yeah,
right.
you remember this. But some people were like, don't get an EV because you're not going to be able to survive something like that. But actually, the EVs are more efficient,
they're
and
great.
you're going to be lasting longer in there. And they have technology that allows you to reduce that draw so that you can still maintain energy for a really long time, much further than a gas vehicle.
That point's so fun. For example, oftentimes you'll hear questions about if I get stuck in stop and go traffic and my battery is at 10%, what's going to happen? The answer is your vehicle is stopped. You're not using the battery. It's going to hang out at 10% for a pretty long time. Whereas many gas cars that don't have start-stop technology, they're going to sit in traffic idling and using gasoline and burning gasoline even while you're sitting there. So literally, you could put two cars side by side, both that are near empty, in traffic, and the gas car arguably would run out of fuel faster than the electric.
Yeah, and I think that the concern is, we find a gas station on every corner. But now we're getting to a point where there's DC fast charging all over the place. So you're not that far in proximity to having to stop at a charger.
There is a level 7 charger over on the other side of the parking lot here, just to the east of us, that was actually installed through the Oregon. In my head. I'm from Oregon. The Orlando Utility Commission. And that's an example of, you may not have known that, but it's just sitting right over there. And I think visibility of this is where we're going to improve it as an industry until we get better signage out there from local governments, federal government, however we end up doing it. There are apps like Chargeway that will help make this more visible for you. And that means if you have to go find your fill up, you can leverage that. But the home charging piece is really, I think, where if you have a home, man, your life will change if you get an EV because you'll fill up at home all the time. Yeah, question.
The best. You know what's crazy is that actually that Cybertruck there has a wade mode, so it actually can float like a boat, because what it does is it uses the air suspension and it pushes air into the battery pack to make it like a pontoon, so that vehicle can actually float in water for an extended period of time. And I think that's a great point to bring up, is that a lot of people think, oh, electric vehicle, I can't take it in a car wash, or I can't take it in a flood or anything like that. But these battery packs are so sealed completely from the elements to ensure that not only things intrude, but also you want to ensure that there's no oxygen getting in. So if there is some kind of short circuit, something happens with the battery pack. So that is a good point to bring up.
Yeah, I was just mentioning.
They're even better than gas cars.
Yeah, because of the coastal communities and stuff like that. Fort
It's important, especially in this market. Yep.
I mean, anytime you have a vehicle, gas or electric, that's inundated with floodwaters and it sits for a while, you're going to have long-term damage in these vehicles. And as Floridians who have experienced hurricanes like that, they'll know, like, okay, I've got to total this vehicle, right? One example of, if it's, for example, freshwater flooding that happened, for example, in the Carolinas when that hurricane went all the way up to the East Coast last year. There was a Rivian owner who had a Rivian truck that got picked up in the flood and dragged like a few miles.
Caked with mud.
Caked with mud, and he and his buddy went and found it. The waters had receded, and he walked up with his phone, unlocked it, got in, and drove it home.
It was crazy.
And he was like that. He goes, I really loved this truck before, but that's a different thing that I didn't anticipate. And he said, he's like, if this had been a gas truck, he's like, I couldn't have done that. I just couldn't have done it.
Very awesome.
You know, one thing that we have seen in the past is that maybe there has been fires with EVs, but actually, if you look at what happened in those scenarios, it's been the 12-volt battery, and every car on the market has a 12-volt battery that has caused, that's what caused the issue.
Yeah.
So that is something to consider as well, is that
Well,
nowadays
these types of questions are so important because every time where Electrify Expo goes to a new city, the geography matters and how the ownership experience for your electric car will work.
Yes, exactly.
And so this is a great question about the types of things that people are thinking about. If we were sitting in Phoenix right now, we would be talking to somebody who's like, by the way, the last time Phoenix had a flood. No, but these are important factors that everybody who's shopping for a new car, they want to get the right answers, and that's why the EV Reality Check booth is here. So thank you for that.
Yeah,
anybody else have any other questions that's sitting hanging out?
Who else in here owns an EV?
Actually, yeah. Oh, that hand went up so fast. All right, what do you drive?
Ooh, a Mustang Mach-E.
I love my car.
Oh, awesome. Okay, so Mach-E. So is it your first EV?
Yes.
All right. So what led you to getting that EV?
So honestly, like I was on the wave with Teske, right? Like the Teske tribe. Like I really wanted a Tesla.
Yeah.
And we went to, my husband and I, we went to go check them out, and I was like, whoa. Like, let me just follow for a little bit. Like, I was an early adopter for the iPhone, so I realized that sometimes you get a lot of people who are anti anything when it first comes out.
Oh, sure.
And my dad is pro gas everything. So, I take my dad with me everywhere to do car stuff, and now my husband's like, babe, whatever you want to do. And that's the voice that I needed, right?
Yeah.
So I sat in the Tesla, and I was like, it doesn't feel right. And then Ford was like right across the street. And I heard about like this Mustang, and I was like, I've never been a Mustang girly, but that looks sexy. And sat inside, and it just felt like luxurious, and it didn't feel like my dad calls them golf carts. Is that what he says?
The golf cart, yeah.
Yeah. That's so. And is this your first time coming to Electrify Expo? Awesome. Well, hey, welcome. No, and these types of stories from, again, people who are first-time owners, there's a lot of us, I mean, I've had EVs for over 10 years. Lacey's been driving them for a long time. A lot of us that have been in the industry for a long time, these are the types of stories that are a lot of fun. One of the things is we've needed more options on the market. And that you just spoke to that perfectly, where you sat in one and went, this isn't for me. And that's a big part of what you need to do is experience the product, whether that's driving the car or even, like you said, just sitting down in it and saying, no, this doesn't feel right. Yeah. I mean, that's a big part of what Expo's for. So what was your name?
Dawn. My name is Dawn.
Dawn, thank you so much for coming by.
Yeah,
and
thank you,
to
Dawn.
your husband, hey, thank you so much for hanging out.
Yeah.
So this is exactly what we want from the Expo. This is exactly what the EV Reality Check is for, is even the conversation of like, you can't just go and get your first EV and have it be something that felt simple. The answer is no, it totally can be that. So for the rest of the day, we're going to be talking here at the EV Reality Check booth. If you have any questions, please come up to us. Lacey and I will be here. And then also, if you want to, experience the proper road trip, download the Chargeway app, give it a shot, add your EV. You can add your Mach-E to it. It's a great app for owners out there as well. So for right now, Trey, are you still there? Trey? We gonna spin that, Trey.
JP's it for that.
Hey, hey, hey. It's okay. Hey, hey. Oh yeah, shake body. Oh yeah, move body. Make you ring alarm. Oh yeah, shake body. Them girls just they feel me now. Cause I get some money, then they feel me now. Back then they do me anyhow. I don't get some money, they wanna get down. They want hold me for ransom. Cause I'm young and I'm rich and I'm handsome. They want know where I come from. I they run since from Lagos to London. All the blessings and love I they see just they make me they shout hallelujah. I say all the blessings and love I they see just they make me they shout hallelujah. They hold me for ransom. Cause I'm young and I'm rich and I'm handsome. They want hold me for ransom. Cause I'm young and I'm rich and I'm handsome. Oh yeah, shake body. Oh yeah, move body. Make you ring alarm. Oh yeah, shake body. Where they call him a sagacité, équilibré, parotema, décalé, décalé, cricata, 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 pam pam. So mucho, calopere, calopere, calopere. All the blessings and love I they see just they make me they shout hallelujah. I say all the blessings and love I they see just they make me they shout hallelujah. They hold me for ransom cause I'm young and I'm rich and I'm handsome. They won't hold me for ransom cause I'm young and I'm rich and I'm handsome. Oh yeah, shake body. Oh yeah, move body. Make you ring alarm. Oh yeah, shake body. Now designer wear now. I be take all the girls on the way now. I'm the man of the year now. Now my music they blow everywhere now. All the way from Katy, the whole world now just to hear me. My haters just to fear me, and nobody feed that would hear me. All the blessings and love I they see just they make me they shout hallelujah. I say all the blessings and love I they see just they make me they shout hallelujah. They hold me for ransom cause I'm young and I'm rich and I'm handsome. They won't hold me for ransom cause I'm young and I'm rich and I'm handsome. Oh yeah, shake body. Oh yeah, move body. Make you ring alarm. Equilibre, 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 equilibre. Parote, oh yeah, shake it. Some give it up, some give it up, some give it up to our girls. 5 million and 40 naughty shorty. Baby girls, all my girls, all my girls. Chanda Paul say, well, on the way the time cold, I wanna be keeping you warm. I got the right temperature for shelter you from the storm. Hold on, girl, I got the right tactics to turn you on. And girl, I wanna be the papa, you can be the mom. Oh oh, like I said, the girl them broke out on the floor. From you don't wanna work this performer. From you don't wanna man where can't turn you on, girl, make I see you when them upon ya. Can't stand for the long, nah, eat no yam, no steam fish, nor no green banana. But down in Jamaica, we give it to you hot like a sauna. Well, on the way the time cold, I wanna be keeping you warm. I got the right temperature for shelter you from the storm. Hold on, girl, I got the right tactics to turn you on. And girl, I wanna be the papa, you can be the mom. Oh oh, girl, know some crazy now. This straight drop it and a Bridget and flavor show. Time for me make baby now. So stop boy like you, I get shady, yo. Woman, don't play me now, cause I'm a fits and fat, not greedy, yo. My loving is the way to go, my loving is the way to go. Well, on the way the time cold, I wanna be keeping you warm. I got the right temperature for shelter you from the storm. Hold on, girl, I got the right tactics to turn you on. And girl, I wanna be the papa, you can be the mom. Oh oh, when they roll with a player like me, with a brother like me, girl, there is no other. No need to talk it right here, just spark it right here, keep it undercover. Come in love how you fit in your blouse and you fat in your jeans, I'm a wild discover. Everything about you, baby girl, can you hear when me attack? Well, I'm on the way, the time cold, I wanna be keeping you warm. I got the right temperature for shelter you from the storm. Hold on, girl, I got the right tactics to turn you on. And girl, I wanna be the papa, you can be the mom. Oh oh, like I see the girl them broke out on the floor. From you don't wanna work this performer. From you don't wanna man where can't turn you on, girl, make I see you when them upon ya. Can't stand for the long, nah, eat no yam, no steam fish, nor no green banana. But down in
for shelter you from the storm. Hold on, girl, I got the right tactics to turn you on. And girl, I wanna be the papa, you can be the mom. Oh, oh.
One of them, two of them, say the crew of them, I will wind them. Would a three of them, would a four of them, even more of them, I will grind them. Send the whole of them, send the whole of them, frame. Pop up my girl, back the wine, cock it up. So what am I say? All right now, me step in at the club, I dance over the dome, and the girl a come and wind up on me. Me stand so tall back against the wall, and now she start climb up on me. It's kinda little tricky, I'm checking out Nicky, but you know the time is up on me. The way the girl a wine is like the breeze a blow, but it hot and the sunshine on me. You dirty wine, my girl, dirty wine. You dirty wine, my girl, dirty wine. You dirty wine, my girl, dirty wine. You dirty wine, my girl, mix it up now. You dirty walk, my girl, dirty walk. You dirty walk, my girl, dirty walk. You dirty walk, my girl, dirty walk. Watch the girl, them a do the dirty walk. Hey, bend your back and lift your head up. Turn side real, lift your leg up. Bend your face and twist it up. And turn two side like you know you're fed up. Turn round like you know a roast dog. Spin around like you know how you walk. Lift it up back, then you brace it up, back it up, cock it up. My girl, dirty walk, so the dirty walk, do the dirty walk. Watch all the girl, them a do the dirty walk. The dirty walk, the dirty walk. Attitude girl, them a do the dirty walk. So go in the water, go in the sea, go in the bushes and go in the tree. You camp on the bed, you're not going with me. Go on the floor, camp on the TV. Go on the dresser and broke up figurine. Camp on the fan, no girl, no figure me. When we see the hot girl, them that a trigger me. Go anywhere, let woo be free. So could a one of them, could a two of them, send the crew of them, I will grind them. Could a three of them, and if a four of them, send more of them, I will wind them. Anyway them there, anyway them there, anyway them in out, I will find them. Just to wind up on them, girl, you look at the girl, I'm a wine. Sit down on it now. Me step up in the club and I dance over dove and a girl come and wind up on me. Me stand so tall back against the wall. Now me see she want climb up on me. It kinda tricky, but me I got technique for ya quickie. But the time is up on me. The way the girl a wind her waist like the breeze a blow and the sunshine on me. Dirty wine, my girl, dirty wine. The dirty wine, my girl, dirty wine. Attitude, girl, do the dirty wine, dirty wine, dirty wine, dirty wine. Part time. The dirty walk, my girl, dirty walk. Dirty walk, my girl, dirty walk. Fling it up, my girl, back it up, jack it up, cock it up, my girl, lock it up. So, could I one of them, could I one of them, or more? I circle the score, could I one of them? Why, my girl? Go find your head, go find your head. My girl, go in the water, go in the sea, go in the bushes and go in the tree. You camp on the bed, you're not going with me. Go on the floor, camp on the TV. Go on the dresser and broke up figurine. Camp on the fan, no girl, no figure me. When we see the hot girl, them that a trigger me. Go anywhere, then woo.
I wouldn't want to have it any other way. I'm addicted and I just can't get enough.
I just can't get enough. I just can't get enough. I just can't get enough. I just can't get enough. Honey got a sexy on steaming. She give my hotness a new meaning. Perfection, mommy, you gleaming. Inception, you got above a dreaming, dreaming. Damn, baby, I'm fiending. I'm trying to holler at you, I'm screaming. Let me love you down this evening.
Love it, yeah, you know you are my demon.
Girl, we could form a team, and I could be the king, you could be the queen, and my mind's dirty and it don't need cleaning.
I love you long time, so you know the meaning.
Oh, baby.
about it every night and day. I'm addicted, wanna jump inside your love. I wouldn't wanna have it any other way. I'm addicted and I just can't get enough.
I just can't get enough. I just can't get enough. I just can't get enough. I just can't get enough. Honey got me running like I'm Flojo. Signs a name on my heart with an XO. Love so sweet, got me vexed though. I wanna wish it right back like presto, yes. Meantime, I wait for the next time. She come around for a toast to the best time. We LOL back and forth on the text line. She got me fishing for a love, I confess I'm something about a smile and a combo. Got me high and I ain't coming down, yo. My heart's pumping out louder than electro. She got me feeling like Mr. Robot.
Do remember award show that's going down right here, baby. 4 p.m. 4 p.m. right here. Electrify show off stage, driven by Yokohama Tires. 4 p.m. award show, something you don't want to miss. You're going to come see all the cool customized vehicles here at Yokohama stage. Show off. It's the reason why we call it show off. 2025, welcome, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon. Electrify Expo.
This is Mega Switch Up.
Switch up. Switch up. I just can't
switch up.
Sunk in your bed, rock hot, up in your love shot, knock out by your cold shot. I'm stuck in your head.
Switch up.
Can't get out, I won't quit, making me feel. Give it to me, I want it all. Know what I mean? Your love is a dose of ecstasy.
Switch up.
Addicted, I can't get away from you. Afflicted, I need it, I miss it.
Switch up.
I want your loving right next to me, and I can't erase you out of my memory. Would you be my girlfriend? Would you be my would you be my girlfriend? Would you be my check it. He don't want you like I want you, believe me, boo, I done told you. He don't appreciate you, mom, I can tell by the way. He don't love you like I can love you, and squeeze you like I make your neck pop back, and in fact I bubble you. Please, okay, baby, what's it gonna take for you to be my lady? Tell me right now. Your friends tell you should, and parents tell you it's good. Your little sister keep yelling, Ellie, I wish you would, but you hesitating, debating whether or not it's real. I ain't shooting game, boo, I'm just telling you how I feel. I'm digging everything about you, your hips and the way they sway. Hate to see you leave, boo, but love to see you walk away. I be your personal shrink, boo, I care what you think. I bought the Billy and Pink, cause my dough in sync. So tell your man bye-bye and tell him you're long. Ain't no need waiting up, you didn't find you another home. I don't know why you care. Why you thinking about it, mama? He doesn't even know you're there. No. Cause he don't love your eyes, and he don't love your smile. Girl, you know that ain't fair. Come on. The middle of the night, is he gonna be by your side? Or will he run and hide? You don't know cause things ain't clear. And baby, when you cry, is he gonna stand by your side? Does the man even know you're alive? I got an idea. Don't you be my girlfriend? I'll treat you good. I know you hear your friends when they say you should. Cause if you were my girlfriend, I'd be your shining star. The one to show you where you are. Girl, you should be my girlfriend. Does he know what you feel? He know what you feel. Are you sure that it's real? Are you sure? Does he ease your mind? Or does he break your stride? Did you know that love could be a shield? Yeah. The middle of the night, is he gonna be by your side? Or will he run and hide? You don't know cause things ain't clear. Baby, when you cry, is he gonna stand by your side? Does the man even know you're alive? I got an idea. Why don't you be my girlfriend? Yeah, I'll treat you good. your toes free. What's wrong, mom? Your man ain't bringing you joy. Don't trip, flip your script to a country boy. Now come on.
Ever since I saw your face, nothing in my life has been the same. I walk around saying your name. Without you, my world would end, yeah. I searched around this whole damn place, and everything says you were meant to be. My girlfriend, why don't you be my girlfriend, yeah. I'll treat you good. I know you hear your friends when they say you should. 'Cause if you were my girlfriend, be your stuff. The one that shows you where you are. Girl, you should be my girlfriend. You should be my girlfriend. Would you be my girl? You should be my girlfriend. Would you be my girl? Girl, you should be my girlfriend. Would you be my girl? You should be my girlfriend.
I think I did it again. I made you believe we're more than just friends. Oh, baby, it might seem like a crush, but it doesn't mean that I'm serious. 'Cause to lose somebody says instead, that is just so typically me. Oh, baby, I did it again. I played with your heart, got lost in the game. Oh, baby, oops, you think I'm in love, that I'm sent from above. I'm not that innocent. You see, my problem is this: I'm dreaming away, wishing that feelings that truly exist. I cry watching the days. Can't you see I'm a fool in so many ways? But to lose somebody says instead, that is just so typically me. Baby, oops, I did it again. I played with your heart, got lost in the game. Oh, baby, oops, you think I'm in love, that I'm sent from above. I'm not that innocent.
Yeah. That's for you.
Before you go, there's something I want you to have.
Oh, it's beautiful.
Thanks, Brittany. Hello, and welcome back to Electrify Expo Orlando. You're hearing us from the EV Reality Check booth. It is powered by GreenCars.com. And why we're here today is basically to help answer questions that you might have related to all things about buying an electric car, charging, all the things that might be coming up in your mind about how to you fell in love with the idea of it for a variety of reasons. Obviously,
Right,
environmental, being a vegan.
Right.
When you were going through the process of like just learning and buying and all that, did you feel intimidated at all? What questions did you have?
Like a lot of people, they'll tell you about the range and that. You get back in the car, get something to eat. It's time to.
Right.
That's it.
I was really surprised.
Okay, here we go. Here we
so
go.
you were the skeptic?
So I wasn't necessarily a skeptic. Like I would try the P85D like a year or two after it were released.
Yeah.
So I was kind of convinced before, and this trip was kind of like the perfect. Okay, what is the travel experience, because that was one thing I was always concerned about.
Sure.
Because initially the ranges weren't great, the charging wasn't great, but this, I didn't even. It wasn't any different than really driving my car. I have like just a TT.
Okay.
And I get decent gas mileage, but this, when we stopped, went and got something to eat, we finished eating. By the time we went back, it was ready to go.
These are.
I know we say this all the time, but
Yeah.
it's like this is proof that we're not lying.
No, the
Even
fun
though
part
there
is
are liars.
this is what Expo's all about. Is it brings out people that are shopping for you. Like I literally didn't know that Lexus had plug-in options already, and I think that's the fun part is that we're giving an event experience that gives people the chance to see things for the first time, but then meet people like you as well who just say, hey, no, I got an EV and I want to talk about it. That's exactly why we're here.
Mhm. And the people behind you said they had an EV as well.
Oh yeah.
Now, what kind of EV do you have?
What do you guys have?
We have a VinFast.
Oh wow. Okay, cool.
You are one of the few that have the VinFast.
So-
I would love to hear
Yeah.
what you think about it.
Yeah.
Well, it's nice. We love it. I love the fact that we don't have to go get gas, so that's perfect. There's a few kinks in the vehicle because it's so brand new.
Yeah.
But overall, we love it.
So what led you to buy a VinFast? Did you cross shop with the brands? What led you to go that direction?
Well, my husband always wanted an electric vehicle, and he was online looking at vehicles, and he saw VinFast. So one weekend we went and test drove it. We were only going to look and test drove.
Slippery slope.
Yeah, he,
Exactly.
yes, he wanted to go the electric route. So this was a perfect opportunity for us to get it. It's a lease right now.
Okay.
Because we wasn't sure how to go about it. But definitely we'll be buying one after the end of the lease.
That's great.
Look at that. That's pretty exciting. Wow. What would you say your favorite thing about the VinFast is?
It's fast.
It's in the name.
It's in the name.
It's in the name. It's very fast. I mean, we drove from Tampa to here, and I was driving, and I was at like 80 miles per hour, not even realize how fast I was going because it's such a smooth ride. Yes.
No, it's and in fact we were talking about it. Even though the Rolls-Royce now has an EV finally.
The Spectre.
Finally, and we were talking about it, and you mentioned it's so smooth, it's so fast, and there's certain brands you were mentioning this earlier. It's like that seemed like the perfect brand to want to be that quiet, smooth ride from an EV, and they finally have it. But that's the fun part is that's one of 100 different plug-in models out there now. I'm not saying you're getting a Rolls-Royce next, but you never know.
That is so cool because I have yet to meet anyone that owns a VinFast. So
Here you
congratulations.
go.
I love to hear the direct experience and that you're loving it so far because I know that first initially when they were launching that maybe some people were like, I don't know if you should buy this. So the fact that you're saying that you are experiencing it and you're actually you drove it from
today.
Tampa.
From Tampa,
Yeah.
yeah.
So you drove it across the state and you're pretty happy with the ownership.
Yeah, we Googled it, and there was a lot of negative stuff about it online. But we got it, and we don't have any problems at all, none whatsoever.
That's
Love it.
and that's the part is owners you become those credible advocates for people that want to hear from the owners. What's it like? We love it. It's fast. I didn't realize I was going 80. that's the thing you want to not have to explain to someone who like pulls you over, obviously. But at the same time, you're having a great time with a vehicle that, and you said it's your first EV.
First EV, yes.
Yeah. So
Incredible.
how long did it take for the research from like you sat down, you went online, we're looking at it, like so how long did it take from the online to the showroom? The showroom got you, but how long was that process for you?
About 2 weeks.
Wow.
Yeah.
So you were already kind of interested though and kind of
Hot
like
to
I
trot.
want to go this way?
Yeah, I was going with a Lyric until I drove the VinFast.
Yeah.
After I saw it, I said, yeah, this is it.
All right.
Well, and you have something that not everybody has. I think that's a great advantage. I mean, I know that there's not as high adoption rates for EVs as we see with gas cars, but still, you have a rare EV. That is even cooler.
No, that's the thing is back in the day it was 10, 15 years ago. It's like, oh, you would see EVs. It's like, oh my gosh, that's an EV. If you heard from a friend that had it. It's so mainstream now that Expo exists and it's going to be in 8 cities nationwide. And there's brands like VinFast that's a newcomer, but we are talking to people that have
There's
Free-
another one that's
free-
offering free charging installation. That is such
Yep.
a great perk. I'm glad you took advantage of that.
Yeah.
And so it was so nice that we about to do it twice. And I have the VF8, so I'm
You
gonna
get the
get her
VF9 now? Is that what you're going for?
That's coming for her.
Oh my gosh!
Double EV household coming.
I love this. He was just like also casually waiting. He's just like, I'm also just gonna let you know we are not done.
Yes.
It's a great car.
Yeah.
The interior is nice. Connection with my cell phone, finding charging points. Percent.
Yep.
And
He likes
well,
speed.
sustainability as well. That's one of the things that
Okay.
we need to change the world. That's the way to do it.
There. Oh, no, that's a good point. Is if one person starts a conversation on that, I mean, so we got to get you into your Taycan or something. Like, I mean, I don't know what's gonna happen.
What's
Thank you
cool
so much
though
for sharing
is that not only is it EVs, it's electric motorcycles and two-wheel mobility
Yep.
like e-bikes and scooters. Is the motorcycle your daily driver? Is that something you ride
Ooh,
around
yeah.
a lot on, like in the summertime?
Not really,
For fun?
I have a four-wheeler, multiple four-wheelers, and I love to go off-roading. So, I just want to give it a try, something new.
I think they're doing test drives too.
I was gonna say, did you guys just arrive?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. We're not gonna keep you. You guys can go get your test
enjoy.
rides in.
Get your test ride in. Thanks for stopping by.
Thank you for that. No, this is the fun part about again what Expo was designed to create was a conversation that is again more honest. Like you were mentioning earlier, it's like, well, yeah, people go online, they read stuff, and it may not even be true. So I think the next step that we need to see, I think, is how do we get these conversations to grow even faster beyond Expo? If we're doing a reality check and we're having people that are saying, no, this is the lifestyle of living with and owning these products, that's what we just got to elevate. And we're seeing more and more of it, though.
I agree.
So out of curiosity, any other questions for us? I mean, we're industry experts, right? I mean, we pretend to be sometimes. For those of you that already own, I guess you're on the fence, but you might be getting your Taycan, obviously. I'm just curious, I guess maybe question to you is, you'd mentioned you were looking at like a Taycan, but then you've got that TT. So do you think there should be a bigger focus on sports cars in electric? Because we haven't really seen a lot of that yet.
I would really love that because that's the only thing. Because I prefer like having a two-door sporty car.
Yeah.
And since like almost everything is basically a four-door sedan or SUV, I'm like,
yep.
I'm not as interested. I know there are harder sales even in general
Yep.
for a sporty car, but if I at least have that option, would at least be nice.
You could buy a Taycan and just weld the back door shut.
And for the motorcycles, I've been even looking at that because that feels like an easier way to get in. But
Okay.
like for the Can-Am, it feels a little expensive for what you get.
Okay.
But I test drove one of the other like the dirt bike, and there was a
go for say
Yeah.
a Rivet Anthem or go all the way up to something as big as what I have, which is I just went all out and got a 0 DSRX, which is a
the first sports car is going to be from, honestly. I mean, Tesla had the Roadster saying they're going to do it again, but, I mean, we're waiting, Tesla. We're waiting.
I don't know. I think actually it might be that Porsche Boxster that
Yeah,
that
dude,
might,
yeah.
like I think that might be a reality. I don't see anybody else dipping their toe in, and that's the challenging thing, as you pointed out, is that in the U.S. market, SUVs are so popular. You know, that's what some of the car companies have stopped selling sedans at all because SUVs are so popular and they make a little bit more money on the bigger size vehicles like that. So
compared to what we saw 10 years ago.
well, and even to his point, you know, maybe your TT or your, you know, smaller car like that, you don't need the 300 plus miles of range because it's your car that you're just kind of, you know, cruising around in. And so 200 to 250 miles of range is just fine for you for what you're using it for. So it's also about application.
So the fact that this was your first road trip from Tampa. Is this your first road trip really from Atlanta? So how far, like, oh, you said that's right, you took a trip up north, right?
Atlanta to DC, Atlanta to like Asheville, North Carolina, and Atlanta to here.
So, but overall, for the most part, you're doing all the local driving for yourself. But you said you're charging publicly, and it works.
Right.
I mean, this is exactly what we needed. So, any other questions from anybody else as we have in the audience? You guys have been fantastic. Thank you so much.
Have you guys been in an EV before?
Yeah.
I've got a question over here, actually.
What's your favorite EV?
1 second.
I'm over here, guys.
He's like, that's a tough choice, lady. What have you seen so far at the expo that you like?
There you go.
The Mustang, that's a popular one. The
All right.
Mach-E.
Oh, there you go. Now you got a hot mic,
There
too.
we go.
I was telling him about the Mustang. I really like that one over there too. It was great.
Okay.
Really nice feel, great color. I haven't really been a Mustang fan, but I like that one a lot. It's good.
Ooh, okay.
Isn't that interesting?
Man,
I love that statement.
For those of you from Ford that were not listening, you should have heard that quote.
Yes.
Yeah, no, it's true.
I will actually tell you is that the Mustang Mach-E sells more
than the gas-powered
one.
Yep.
So you're onto something.
Yeah,
there's a reason why. Yeah.
So, but you don't have an EV currently, though, right?
No.
So is this your first time to Expo?
Yes.
What brought you out? Is it just kind of general interest, or are you actually like, nah, I think I'm ready to get an EV?
Yeah, general interest, and I thought it would be fun to get the boys out. So, yeah, it looked like a fun event.
Yeah. Well,
Lots
again,
of
it's
fun things to try out at the expo.
Yep.
For sure.
So because you're looking at the Mach-E, though, have you driven one yet?
I have not.
Have you done the thrill ride yet?
We're headed that way.
All right, there you go.
It's called Thrill Ride for a reason.
Oh, I can imagine.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Now I've got a question for both of you, actually.
Sure.
You mentioned Porsche, how they have pure electric cars now. And
logo and some of them are actually here. Where are they? So if you didn't realize, but Volvo is also owned by Geely, which is a Chinese EV company. They also own Lotus and have a stake in Polestar.
Yeah.
So there are in Smart. So and they have a stake in Daimler with Mercedes. So
I mean, the heritage brand of Volvo, people think Swedish. I mean, but obviously the holding company now is obviously Chinese. I think that, to your point, it's just like, it is here. It is happening already. I think the challenge is going to be over time is how fast can we see these products come to the U.S. in a way that is going to basically check all the boxes for other concerns that we see, which are everything from cybersecurity to what's going to happen to the domestic market if those products are here and they do flood the market.
Yes.
But competition is important, and I think that's what really we want to see.
One of my friends got the Zeekr something. It's like a SUV.
Mhm.
And you can watch TV in the back. You have cameras. You have heated massaging, cooling chairs. You push a button and the front seats go up, and you can literally lay down. It's amazing.
And it's probably for a great price, actually. But actually, I know exactly the one.
They were equivalent to like 55, 60 grand for this amazing car.
I actually saw that exact one that you're talking about at the Consumer Electronics Show earlier this year because Zeekr had a booth there. Zeekr's actually owned by Geely too, so that's the thing. Is I was like, why are you here in the U.S. at the Consumer Electronics Show? Are you guys planning on making it into this market? And they were really coy. Obviously, they can't reveal too much, but I mean, they're probably
they
scoping
may
it
need
out.
to change like some of the things, like the styling, the outside styling of in the Chinese market is different than what traditional American customers would
But to
like.
be fair, we actually have Chinese cars that are brought into America that are internal combustion engine from General Motors. They're Buick. They're one of their most popular sellers right now is actually imported from China. The Lincoln Nautilus is also imported from overseas. So I think if
swaps the battery from underneath and they're gone.
That's right.
That tech is so China's done a great job of piloting that technology, and so brands like NIO, they've actually, I mean, how many swaps have they done now?
60 million.
60 million.
So you cannot say it doesn't work.
Yeah, they
They have
totally
proven it.
they totally have gotten it done. So it is possible. The biggest challenge that does exist, and the way that I would reference the challenge for getting all the manufacturers on board with a solution like that, is that we've had a challenge already with having them agree on just
Standardization.
what's the standardization. So even from a plug type perspective, there was a difficulty in getting that done, and we're still in the process of kind of like making that work.
Type of technology would make sense for them to just have a 5-minute swap.
And that's but we've gone from the fastest charge you could see, I don't know, 7, 8 years ago, 10 years ago, was hours, right? But it's now gotten down to the place where it's like you can get from basically empty to about 80% in less than 20 minutes. And so that speed at which it's improved in the last decade is really phenomenal if you think about it. But we're getting from the hours issue down to literal minutes, which I think is really important.
Are, at the end of the day, all batteries still made either LG or Samsung, or is there like 5 million battery makers now?
There's a lot of different options.
I wouldn't say there's 5 million, but there are quite a few
4
options.
million, no,
There are
no.
3 main ones that
Yeah.
are implemented in the United States. One is a Korean brand, SK On, which Ford and Hyundai are working alongside with, and they have their own factories where they're building out batteries in order to kind of ramp that up to offer it to more customers. And then you have Samsung SDI, which, my Rivian has Samsung batteries in it. You also have Stellantis, and I believe GM is also working with them. And then
Yep.
you also have LG Energy Solutions, which is probably the biggest out of all of them that are offering with Toyota
Yeah.
and Honda.
And Panasonic's in the mix as well.
GM and Panasonic, obviously, with Tesla.
Yeah. So it's not like there are millions of players. There are major players in this space. What's interesting about all of that is it comes down to then choosing what you do with the raw minerals to what you do with the pack. What is the cell design? Is it prismatic? Is it cylindrical? And so that's all still happening right now. And then the blend of those minerals, which is it's lithium ion, it could be lithium ion phosphate. All these things are still happening in market right now. But at the end of the day, the fun part about battery design is that those minerals that end up getting used inside the battery pack, regardless of who built it, whether it's SKI or whether And so what's interesting is you literally could have it's like, oh, Panasonic made that, we just recycled it, and now it's going to go into raw materials that are being built for batteries from LG.
Or it could go into a cell phone.
Or it could go into a
that's
cell
the thing
phone.
is you can make so many new batteries with it and put it in whatever. But the raw materials, the fact that you can get nearly all of it back and put it into whatever,
The technical
or
challenge
mix
of
the technology, like mix the chemistries in a different way in the future.
I think, the technology challenge of the swapping is the hardest part of the fact that the underside of the vehicle, where the battery would go into it, how it connects, all of that would have to be very uniform and universal. And again, okay.
Ah.
Yeah. The pavement, you're like, I can't tell the difference. Yeah. Yeah. Okay.
Yes.
Yeah.
You know what's interesting that you brought up about this is that you liked it because it was silent. And I've spoken to a lot of people who ride motorcycles and they're like, they want the sound because they feel
loud
like
pipes
other
save
drivers
lives,
can hear them. Reality is the exhaust is going out back that way. And when you're approaching traffic, these guys can't hear you necessarily, You don't have that. But you do have the power to stop a lot quicker, don't you think? Because you have the regenerative braking that the second you take off the accelerator, it starts to slow you down. And you also don't have to downshift.
Yep.
kind of unify all the charging networks. I own a Tesla Model 3, and wherever I go, I plug it in, and it works. It knows who I am, and no problems. I had to rent a Polestar while my car was in the shop, and it was like you go to this place, and it's like owned by a local station, and then what do you have to do? You have to plug it in, download an app. Do you download the app, or do you swipe your credit card at the thing? Is it tap, or is it swipe, or it's just like very, very confusing, like everybody.
That's a good point. Now, I will say that most automakers have now decided to implement the North American charging system, which is what you have on your Tesla, which is the specific adapter or port that allows you to charge at superchargers. So people that have bought EVs at this stage that have the other standard, which is called CCS, the combined charging system, they will now have to use an adapter, and many actually car companies have already shipped adapters for their customers so that they can use the Tesla supercharging network as well as the CCS networks. But many of the automakers are now going to be building the ports into the vehicles during manufacturing, and that's really kicking off this year. We saw the Hyundai Ioniq 5, that was kind of the first one that had it natively built in, but more and more automakers starting to build cars that have it within it. Adapters are going to be a thing, I think, for just having choice for a while. But to your point, everyone wants an easy charging experience, and they want it to be seamless. They don't want to have to, necessarily figure out what they have to do in order when they stop at a charging station, how they can just get a charge. And I know that there have been a few things happening to make it more seamless. And I kind of touched on this yesterday, but there's this framework called the Society of Automotive Engineers, who's basically they decide a lot of standardization across the business, whether it's with charging and amongst other things. But they have worked on making sure that plug and charge, which is the technology where you go up to a charging station and you plug your vehicle in, and it just does exactly what you said. It just knows my credit card on file, and it starts processing that charging, and I don't have to think about anything. That is actually becoming rapidly available now, and there's a standardization for all the automakers to implement that, and it's rolling out this year so that everyone consistently has that experience, because some cars have it and some cars don't. But a lot of times it's the software in the background that's prohibiting some of these companies to incorporate that technology into their vehicles. So that is one of the steps. The other steps, this guy has some pretty good experience, and an app that is really good that will help you with not having to think about any of that as well.
Yeah. No, I think, but to your question of just, you had a Tesla experience, and they did a great job of making it seamless for the driver. And that's really what you want to have, is something that I don't have to think. I pull up, it works, and it's fast. I mean, and I don't have to swipe a card, as you mentioned, or anything else. I think that the process by which you were describing about getting the SAE involved and saying, okay, the next step is how do we make it so that everybody's using the same plug type at a minimum? Like that's a jumping off point. Because when you pull up at a station, you don't want to have the guessing game of like, can I even connect? And so that's number one. Number two is that with plug and charge technology, that's the vision, is that through software, you can do what, again, Tesla proved is possible, which is put your card on file with us. Our software in the car communicates with the software of the charger, and you don't have to think. You just plug it and it works. To get 50 plus networks to do that through their hardware and software, to get over multiple dozens of other automakers to also do that through their vehicles and software, that has taken and is going to take some more time, but we're making the right steps to make that happen. And a big part of that was just, even for example, as you mentioned, having brands like Ford say, we're going to switch to the Tesla connector type. But their reasoning was because of what you explained, which was we want to give our customers the same experience that apparently Tesla owners have, which is you pull up, plug in, and it just works. The benefit to that is it's a better plug design, and we're going to see that implemented over time.
Yeah, there's been it was almost like for a while there it was just like a program that everybody was making their own, and they were trying to make it very, very isolated.
Yes.
Yeah. And like nobody else can do it, and Tesla was doing that as well. But they were the first ones that actually just built out a well thought out plan
Right.
about where are we going. We're going all over the United States. There's going to be a charger. There's nowhere in the United States almost that you can't get with different speeds, and
Yeah.
then also like half of them are out at any given time. So it was like
Yeah.
Tesla, almost like 1 or 2 times I've ever gone and plugged in, and I was like, oh no, something's not working. But like in the very short time I had the Tesla, the Polestar for like 3 weeks, and it was just
something that would take you longer, but having visibility into that is exactly what something like Chargeway solves.
So we're on our way, is the short answer.
Yeah.
The
It's
path
happening.
is actually, maybe even a couple of years ago, we would have said to you, like, we don't know what's going to happen, but now we know that people are accepting a standard, and we're moving in that direction.
Yep. Yeah. Great question. That is
Yeah,
something-
that was a really good one.
But the cool thing is that's a real world experience that you had as a Tesla driver, and then you were given in America. It's all in there, and it allows you to see it, know you can use it by color, and know how long you'll wait by power. And then the last step is, as plug and charge technology becomes more on the market, if you just know all those things and you still just pull up and plug in, you're good to go.
You're done.
Yeah.
big anxiety. The range anxiety that people have is just one of the biggest roadblocks to anybody picking up an electric car. And that's what I hear from people. They see me in the Tesla, they ask me a couple questions like, oh no, but what if I have to go to Florida, or what if I have to go to Virginia or anything? And I'm like, well,
I
you
just
know,
drive to Virginia.
all you do is just plug it into your navigation. It'll say, here's where you stop, here's how long you stop, here's how here's the what there is around the area. You can eat and charge. You can sleep and charge. You can do
Watch
anything.
videos in your car and charge.
Exactly. And the range anxiety is number one. Like everybody says it.
I agree with you 100%, and the way that I would think of it is range anxiety is based on the idea that you don't trust the fill-up. And so I would actually say it's not fear of the range of the car, it's fear of being able to access fuel so you can keep using your car. And I think that we've emphasized so much and so heavily on the car itself. We oftentimes don't talk about the fact that, so here's how I view it, is for 100 years, gas and cars have been symbiotic. They've had a married relationship. Those two products have to coexist for either to be useful. If you have a car without gasoline, it's a paperweight with tires. If you have gasoline without a car, it's a smelly liquid you don't care about. You put those things together, wow, you have a great product that Americans and everyone around the world has loved. We have removed gas. So by nature, the subconscious response from a human is, that's a useless thing unless I have a fuel I can trust. And we say, oh, well, we took your gas away. They go, then you better make me trust electric fuel in a way that I've trusted gasoline. And that, to me, is where we have still yet to fully address that that's a product that we don't see marketed, we don't see signage for it. But if you watch Sunday Night Football, there are 5 ads for gasoline. And it's a simple ad around saying, for example, an ad that says, hey, if you use our gasoline, your engine will run like new. And they say, buy our product, your car is going to feel new again. And what does that create for someone who's watching the game? Yeah, I'll use their gas because I can't afford a new car, but I want it to run well.
See a lot of people like popping up, especially even at the expo here. Like you go over there a couple of minutes, and they're like, "Oh, we'll tune your Tesla, and it'll get you 20 more miles of range, or something like that." And it's like a lot of customization that people are doing. And I think that I don't know. I like part of me thinks it's the new synthetic stuff that you pick up off of the thing in the gas in the car stop, and then you pick that up and you pour it in your engine, and all of a sudden you get supercharged performance.
Yeah.
Well, is there any reality to that? Or is it?
Welcome. This is like, you ever watched the TV show Mad Men? Like, Don Draper out there somewhere is smiling. He's like, oh, that's what we do well. We sell you on something. And at the end of the day, when anybody is buying any product, especially a car is a lot of things, but number one is it's your access to the world. It lets you have true freedom of mobility, and then it becomes things like an extension of your personality and all the things that are wrapped into that, and all the things that then can sell you on how valuable that is to you to make it better or make you love it more. That's what's been in the automotive industry for a long time.
Yeah.
Yeah, and EVs, I mean, like looking what we're seeing now, even with, like, again, with Electrify Show Off and where we're seeing that people are customizing EVs, that's the world I was born in the automotive industry 25 years ago. I loved customizing my car. Where we're at now, though, is we've got to get people to still, as I mentioned, love and trust the car based on the one factor we're changing, which is the word electric, which is the fuel. Once we solve that in a way there's a comfort to it, the sky's the limit for how we can then create all these other opportunities.
Yeah, and that just shows that people that are customizing their cars like that, they aren't concerned about range anxiety because they know that maybe that's going to
full experience of owning that car.
Well, that's not true necessarily because Tesla can actually charge on whatever charging station. Now, there are some that you had to get a special chip installed in order to be able to accept CCS compatible charging stations.
We just went down a rabbit hole that was like super fast. Okay. So
explain.
Yeah, so Teslas can charge at any station using adapters, right? So
I can't charge at a Tesla.
So that is what just opened up. So yeah, and frankly, full credit to Jim Farley and Ford. So about almost 2 years ago, he decided we are going to switch to Tesla's plug type so we can start using superchargers from Tesla because we want to give a very easy fill-up experience to our customers. It's a great design. All the automakers said we want to use this great plug design because we want access to those chargers. But now it's kind of coalescing into the right experience. But it's going to take some years for that to filter out, but it is going in the right direction.
And also they have chargers everywhere.
Yeah,
I mean,
exactly.
You can travel wherever you want basically on their network. And I know it's limited to which chargers you can use for, the new ones that are coming online with adapters, because technically Tesla has different versions of their supercharger stalls. So the early editions aren't compatible with the new adapters, but most of the ones that you're going to probably come across are going to be compatible. And they're putting in new stations
weekly.
In an incredible rate. Yeah, so there's a lot of options now.
And to that point where you don't know if you can or cannot use it, for example, again, this is what the Chargeway mobile app solves and Chargeway software does, is when you choose your car and you say, I'm driving this car, it color codes your plug type, so you don't have to be confused. I go to green stations or red stations based on the plug color. It shows you the power level of each station on the map, levels 1 through 7, so you know if your fill-up is going to be slow or fast. But to the adapter piece, it thinks for you. If you turn on your adapter inside of Chargeway, it's only going to show you the superchargers that are compatible with that adapter. So all the things we're talking about, this is a conversation that happens in people's minds as they're shopping for an EV. They're like,
I have to figure out.
Yeah, and you're bringing up so many great questions and just like, okay, but what about this? And that's, you start to go through that process of wanting to know the answers. We have to provide simple solutions to give people this sense of, again, going back to what does someone want to shop for? They want to shop for the car first. If they fall in love with a car, again, you can download Chargeway, add that car. It does all of this thinking for you to give you comfort around, I know I can go there, I know how long I can wait, and I know where my adapters work.
Make it easy for you.
That's where it's going.
I don't think I've heard of manufacturers talk about, even messaging about how long a battery actually lasts. Could you provide some information on that?
Great questions. Yeah, good.
Thanks for stopping by, guys.
So on how long the battery actually lasts. And by actually, it's in terms of like, this thing is still going to be a useful battery in my car that I can drive a decent distance that I'm not going to think I need to replace it, right? So we've had EVs in market now for, mainstream EVs in market now for 10, 12, 15 years at this point, essentially. And the data has rolled into the point now that we know that with thermal managed battery packs, that is where a battery pack has a system in it to keep it at the right temperature, to keep it healthy, same level as earlier batteries that we saw.
And actually, just this last year, Stanford University came out with a study which said, wow, didn't expect this, but EV batteries are lasting way longer than we expected. And I think it was like 40% longer period of time than that originally was planned. But the thing, to your point, is that these batteries are advancing in technology. So the batteries that had come out the 10, 12 years ago that you're talking about are
First
not the same
iterations.
ones that are out right now.
Yeah.
And on top of that, we have a federal mandate for a warranty period. So every single EV that is sold on the market today here in the US has an 8-year, 100,000-mile warranty.
Yep.
Now, that doesn't mean that the car is just going to stop working, the battery is going to be dead at that point, because these are really highly designed to last even longer. So 15 plus years and hundreds of thousands of miles in comparison to what we expect out of gas. When you get to that 100,000 miles, you're like, I probably gotta get rid of this one so I can get a new one so the engine doesn't blow up, or so that I don't have to pay so much for maintenance. So you don't have that in the EV. Plus, it's a simple machine. When we think about internal combustion engine vehicles, there's thousands of moving parts in there, whereas in an EV, it's like under 100 or, very, very few in comparison. So it's a very simple mechanism, and you don't have all those parts that you would need to replace like you do in internal combustion.
Yeah, the electric motor is super simple. It either is spinning or it's not. That's it, and that's what moves you. And on the battery side of it, to your question, in real world experiences, the type of information we're now getting from thermal managed batteries that are even 10 years old, hundreds of thousands of miles, and the range we're still seeing on when you charge to 100% is still over 90% of what that original range was on that battery pack.
Yeah, and he says thermal management, and basically what that means is that the battery has a cooling system built into it. So there are these liquid cooled channels to make sure that that battery is staying at the perfect temperature for you, so that I always tell people this is like, they are like us. We like to be at like a balmy 72 degrees, and so do batteries. That's their favorite. And so when you want to have a battery that it's performing its best, whether it's because you're putting the pedal down and you're accelerating really hard, or whether it's you stop at a charging station and you want to plug in, to get the optimal performance, whether it's the fastest charge or the best performance out of your vehicle, you got to keep the temperature at a good point. And all new modern day EVs all have this thermal management system, which will allow you to prolong the life of the battery, because batteries don't like a lot of heat, like super hot. So that cooling system really helps keep it.
A lot of research that are investing in the next breakthrough to things, and I know eventually it's going to get to the point
of solid state. How soon will solid state be a mass market product from a battery perspective in vehicles? I think we're still a decade away.
Yeah, I think we're probably, I would say 5 years away or so.
I will place a bet with you.
That's the thing. It's like, this has been a conversation for over a decade anyway.
Yeah,
so, like, I don't
true.
blame him for, we have different
But we're a
opinions
lot
there.
closer than we were 10 years ago. That's the
true,
reality.
that's
Is
true.
companies like QuantumScape, StoreDot, and then what we've been seeing even from Hyundai and other brands that are testing and saying, we will have semi-solid state batteries in market. That is the evidence of where we were 10 years ago to now. They are really putting these into vehicles to get the proof.
And not obsolescence, but like planned kill.
Yeah.
So do you have any thoughts about that, or is it off this,
I mean, I have
related
thoughts.
to,
Yeah, I have thoughts.
Like battery and the software, and that
So
can be killed by outside people. Like
I would say, so two things I want to address with your questions is, one is right to repair, and the other is what can they then manage and control based on what you have in your vehicle from a software perspective. On a right to repair perspective, there are a lot of state legislators that are working on a state level even, making sure that that is something that people have access to from an EV perspective. They're the brands that like Tesla and others who are saying you got to come to us to get these repaired, partly too is because we don't have a lot of technicians out there that are truly certified to work on a lot of this new technology just yet. But that's something that a lot of the automakers are looking to address.
And there are very, very few independent shops. So
And
in the EV space.
And of the ones that are there, these are the enthusiasts, and these are
Yes.
the engineers that really do understand this tech that have been the software side of it and what that means for control and management, similarly, from a legislative perspective, is how users and drivers of products like cars that are software-defined vehicles, as they're called, is making sure they have the ownership of their data and they have control of what's happening on the software side. That is something that is going to have to be legislated in certain ways, and we're seeing that on state levels happening now. Federal-wise, I haven't seen much of it just yet, but I live in Oregon, for example, and they actually have a bill that's being introduced right now that's related to that. We're at the beginning stages, I think, of policymakers understanding the ramifications of what you're defining. A lot of them, frankly, they just don't understand the tech. They need to have the right people come in and impacting and affecting the ownership experience of your vehicle. Yep. Yep. That's the policymakers have to, as I mentioned, they have to understand how to basically provide legislation that says, no, if someone buys this product, the software, it might be proprietary software to the OEM that made the vehicle, but the data and how that data is leveraged inside of the vehicle, that is yours. That has to be, again, I think that's going to have to be legislated. However, I will say this. It's not in the best interest of an automaker to take your money, give you a product, and then you own it for, I don't care if it's a year or 10 years, and all of a sudden decide to just shut your car off. Because consumers will vote with their wallets. And they will say, hey, what was that ownership experience like with that EV? It was fantastic until they shut off my car. It's not in their best interest as businesses to give you a terrible experience. However, there needs to be a balance as it relates to what they own and have created with software and what happens with the software-defined experience that you have with your data. That is something that we still need to address in ways that I think the legislators still need to do better on that. Yep.
So you had mentioned that Tesla, for example, has right to repair. Their manuals that the service people use are available to everyone for free. You don't have to pay, like it's not behind, like historically has been the case with all automakers. You got to be in the business to have access to the data, and more than 70% of repairs at Tesla and Rivian are done in driveways and not at their locations by the numbers, not by the hours. Yeah. And so is that something that we can expect to come from the Fords and GMs and brands with franchise dealership model? How can we see that?
Pay for certain things is going to be an interesting thing to watch play out, because we've already seen a little bit of where, do you want a little bit more performance? Well, we can software unlock it if you pay a little extra money. Yeah. So that is going to be, I think, a balance over time where we see this transition point that maybe we're not seeing that the traditional franchise model is going to be getting the revenues that they have gotten historically in the past from internal combustion engine vehicles. So maybe they have to rethink on how they provide their service and what other services they can offer to people. But I mean, it's still an option for you to have to pay a little bit for it.
Yeah.
Interesting thing, just to let you know, apparently this is not just the electric battery thing, but all of the automakers are doing this, who's got this software and that's tied to the batteries and all that stuff. Apparently, the new trend in a lot of mechanical automakers is not sales, the money is coming in services, that if you can just monopolize the services, as in like they cannot go anywhere, they have to come there, and you got to pay whatever, 40 grand or 30 grand, whatever, for the software upgrade, plus the battery, plus the machine to talk to each other. They made, the profits were much higher for John Deere on the software and then the integration than actual machines that they sell, it seems, lately. Have you heard this?
I've heard things about that. I think the way that it's going to have to be
concerning.
I know, I hear what you're saying, and I think the way that it's going to have to be tackled, I will just say this. The legacy auto brands that are now in the EV space and they're building vehicles that are primarily defined by software, they are figuring out their best approach to this because they don't have software as a prowess, right? I think that Tesla and Rivian have proven out that software is a benefit to the owner, and the leveraging of that for subscription models to like nickel and dime owners, that's not their strategy. It is a benefit for ownership for how software can augment and make the experience better. And I think that, to your point, the legacy auto brands and auto dealers that have been out for a long time, they have to figure out how they can maintain addressing what has been their profit center, which is service and things of that nature, And I don't think that consumers are going to respond well to, okay, now software is a new profit center that we have. The best example of this is we have seen OEMs who have introduced subscription models like the heated seat thing.
BMW, I was just going to mention
Yeah.
that, and then they got a lot of pushback. So they were like, are you going to really
They
charge me a
immediately-
subscription for heated seats in my BMW?
Yeah.
and
So
then
that's-
they retracted. So I think the market will actually show that
Yep.
it's going to be competitive enough where customers will let them know, we're not going to tolerate this. We're not going
Yeah.
to pay for it. And if something isn't going to be working out for them, they're going to try a different strategy or try something new or offer something new that does work.
And there's now the diversity of options for vehicles in market is we have examples of OEMs that are saying we're not leveraging software that way. That's not our game. It's not what we're going to do. Is I think because of the diversification of that, someone might buy a car and have an experience for a few years, and they might have something happen where the BMW owners were like, you are not going to charge me for heated seats that are physically in this car. You're not going to do that. That type of backlash meant they had to rethink of their approach of what they thought they could monetize. And so I think that we're at the beginning stages of how it is the old dogs and new tricks type thing. It's we have to be working within software now. We have to think about how we're going to, again, leverage this from our benefit from a business perspective. The consumer and the customer still has to be front of mind. And as it relates to software, it's a value-added aspect of ownership, as opposed to we will find ways to start pulling away your experience and then charge you for it. Consumers will vote with their feet, or they will then end up just rising up and saying, you will not do this. And we've already seen that they are having to rethink about how they approach that.
Good question, though.
That's a fantastic question. That is great.
So I live in a condo, and I could just have a utility company come in and install an EV charger for me. Or have
Did you check with your HOA yet?
Ooh, I haven't yet.
Yeah. Check with your HOA.
Okay, so I have friends and family that live in apartments and have a concern where there's no EV charger in their apartment. Are apartment buildings starting to build EV chargers in their buildings now?
Absolutely. We are seeing that from the ground level, that when developers are building new complexes, that they are taking that into consideration. I would like to see obviously more of that, and it is actually part of some legislation overseas. So I think hopefully eventually we'll be able to start seeing more of that in popularity coming out as it starts to proliferate more with more EVs coming on the marketplace. But it is definitely something that you would want to approach your HOA, because once a condo development starts to hear people asking questions about charging and having charging on site, the more people that ask, they have to answer. So and it could be a big investment, but the other side of it is when you do ask your HOA or the people that are in charge at the condo, there's an opportunity to say, well, I know of this incentive, which there is a federal incentive for installations and commercial applications for people to install chargers, that they could get a lot of that paid for with those incentives. So that it's important to consider telling them that when you are asking for it.
Yeah, and there's federal incentives, and then even on a localized level, there's many utilities that are also incentivizing commercial locations, and that includes apartment complexes. And I've had people reach out to me and say, well, what's the step there? I said, literally, you can send this link to your leasing office and tell them, if you say, let's do it, the utility will basically subsidize the whole thing. So there are a lot of options there. I think for apartment dwellers, because they don't have HOAs, the real struggle there is they have to get the property managers and the people that own the development to make that investment. So they have to point to where the subsidies and benefits are. On a condo perspective and with an HOA perspective, it's all about where's that charge coming from a metering perspective. And some HOAs are more strict about that for how they balance where power usage goes. And then there's others that will say, I mean, again, it is literally dependent on the location. And that's a big struggle, I think, from a development perspective. States like California are saying, you just have to build this in now. You have to be prepped for it.
Well, and the other side of it is, which is exciting to see, is that when you choose your charging equipment, now there are so many options on the market where, say you're a commercial development and you want to buy a bunch of charging stations, not only do they all talk to each other now, but also you have the ability to put like a key card on it, so that if you want to restrict access and make sure the public's not charging on it, you have the ability to do that too. Or charge a little bit if you say, yes, I will be able to provide the service, but it's going to cost you a little bit more if you want to utilize it. Then they have the ability to decide what best makes sense for them in that application.
Yeah. At the end of the day, it's called multi-unit dwelling in the industry, MUD, and it's like, how do we manage MUD installations for charging? And at the end of the day, it's either level 1 or level 2 from a power perspective. And there are companies that are addressing it from both angles. Some of it is really low-powered level 1 charging. Some of it is higher-powered level 2 charging. And then depending on the location, you can either pre-plan and build that in. And there are states like California and others that are saying we have to prep and plan for this to make sure new developments are thinking this way. But if it's a retrofit, it just takes more time. It's just where we're at in the industry.
You mentioned commercial buildings. Would that be free charging on site?
You know, in some cases, it really just depends on the person who installs the charging equipment on whether or not they want to charge their people. You know, I've charged at tons of different hotels and commercial buildings where they use that as their perk to get charging. And, you know, I will actually stop at that location because it's a free charger, that it's readily accessible at a location where I know I could get food or I can stop and sleep overnight. So it really just depends on the owner of that equipment on whether or not they want to charge people or if they want to, you know, have a service that's free.
Transparency on pricing is a big question for public charging when you're away from home. And I think that one of the things that, again, even in Chargeway, we list the pricing for locations if we have it. Hardware and software. We need transparency for drivers and consumers. All righty. Well, we've been crushing it.
I know, I'm talking for a while.
We're going to talk for 20
See, you guys,
minutes.
we can talk forever about EVs.
Yeah, thank you. Your questions were fantastic.
Thanks for stopping by.
I was going to say yes.
Tim will hand you one.
Yeah, have a great one. Well, hey, this has been a very successful kind of like free-flowing open session for the EV Reality Check booth. So anything else you think we want to like jump on? I think that we've talked about a lot.
We have.
Yes.
Do you have any questions?
Not necessarily. I mean, I go with the flow as far as technology goes. I mean,
sure.
We got rid of buttons because it was more convenient to
Yep.
just tap something so you could use the space on the screen.
Yep.
If I have buttons, that means I'm having less screens.
That's a very good Steve Jobsian kind of quote right there.
I'm
No,
not a fan, but
he literally said that though in a presentation.
Okay.
When the iPhone was unveiled, he said exactly what you said, which was all this real estate that's taken up by buttons.
Yeah.
It could just be a screen.
Of course.
Yeah. So
why go back to that? And as far as this, like it's like more like BlackBerry back in when they started. Like they had screens, but you had to press on it.
Yeah,
And to
like
me, in 2025, where we at,
I
we
think
can't be out here pressing on screens when we.
Well, you know, you have some car companies that have a cursor right in the center so that you can control the touch screen with a knob and move through it where it's not attached to the screen.
But it's
cute.
It's cute. It's cute. I like that.
There's some options, though.
I will say that my opinion on this is that if you can make really great software, you can get rid of the buttons.
I'm personally an advocate for good voice commands because if you have good voice commands, then it doesn't matter at all. You get exactly what you want just by communicating with your voice what you want. Tell the car, hey, listen, this is what I want, and it'll give it to you. So that's my personal opinion. That's still evolving, though.
No, that would be awesome because now when you're driving and you got a text, you could be like, hey, blah, 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 this and that. Whatever the case is, right? You don't have to use your hands.
Yeah, read it to me. Or, you know, especially with AI nowadays.
Yeah.
I mean, AI is becoming popular in all cars. And we also see that there is the ability to ask whatever you want, whether it is a vehicle function or whether it is something that you can actually get done while driving. Like, oh, what is GreenCars.com? And then we'll give you a summary of it.
Right.
So it's pretty amazing.
I think the buttons still matter for basic functionality, and the one thing the one thing for basic functionality I think is important. I live in Oregon and it rains, and I think that if you have great software, you can do it all through a touchscreen to a point, because there's certain stuff that you just want to have a button like the wipers where it's like, oh, rain, I want to hit, and then voice command or auto sensing of rain. I can tell you where it rains, that doesn't work just really well yet.
Yeah. I mean, I get that. That makes sense. But, you know, some people are just comfortable with what they're used to already. So I don't blame them.
Buttons, I mean, I think like the Volkswagen thing about them saying, we're going to go back some buttons. I think there's a way to do a solid mix of it. It leverages technology and touchscreen. That's great. But some of those basic buttons, keep it. Just why change it? If it ain't broke, don't fix it. Yeah.
It's true.
So any more questions at all? I think we're doing good. Okay. So how about you and I take a break?
That sounds good to me.
That sounds fantastic. Well, hey, you're listening to the EV Reality Check booth powered by GreenCars.com. We are here to answer all your questions related to EVs, EV charging, everything that you think that is a question that is either a great question or like, I don't want to ask that question out loud. Hey, come talk to us privately. We're here to help out. The bottom line is Electrify Expo is here to give you exposure and experience to electric cars and also the other information you need to know about all things EV ownership.
The reality.
The reality of it. And we have dispelled myths and rumors today in a lot of ways. So thank you again for coming by to the expo. And we will be here for about, what have we got, another hour and a half still, I
have
guess?
no idea what time it is.
We'll be here. So thanks again. And Trey, are you there? Spin that.
Point five, do what I should find. Point five, do what I could find. Point five, do what I should find. Point five, do what I could find. Point five, do what I should find. Point five, do what I could find. Point five, do what I should find. Point five, do what I could find.
People in the party, hot, hot, hot. People in the party, hot, hot, hot. They come to the party on what they got. They come to the party on what they got. I'm hot, you're hot, he's hot, she's hot. I'm hot, you're hot, he's hot, she's hot. Real hot, real hot, real hot, real hot.
Do remember, ladies and gentlemen, in about 19 minutes exactly, you guys come meet us at the Electrify show-off, driven by Yokohama, as we are doing our yearly ceremony award ceremony right here at 4 p.m., ladies and gentlemen, 4 p.m. right here, Yokohama stage, the show-off. Ceremony award is going down 4 p.m., ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. Nancy, don't forget to put your seatbelt on. You need a car seat? You good? Who has a beeper?
Todo Mixio.
guayando. Y ahora que la cosa se va a poner buena aquí. Posadera total. Pa'lante. Hagan bulla, aquí hay party. Move your body, everybody. Mi gente mía, latino el mundo, en alegría. Vamos juntos a la montaña de mi patria dominicana, el acordeón, tocando fuerte. Y esto es cierto, yo quiero verte, chocando cuerpos, mojando las ropas, así se goza, moviendo la cosa maravillosa, con mucho swing, gelatín, calientita, con el sticky, que llana, que buena, baila usted a la vuelta pa' mí otra vez. Llegó el negro de la joya, fulano de esta gozadera total. En el 1492 llegó un tipo que dijo que descubrió la quiqueya mía, Ave María, que era dirigida con eso, taíno indio, caribeño, él fue que diseñó su pueblo, él fue que compuso su ritmo, merengueado, ripiado pa' su hijo, levante la mano, la los pies, bulla, tal amanecer, corriente, con mucha corriente, desorden, forma de repente, aguardiente, frugal presidente, Barceló lo que beben la gente, fallando el weekend, gozando, totalmente, sigan acabando. A parandear, vamos a gozar con el meneíto, moviendo el ombliguito. La mujer es hembra que tiembla, oye mami no te lo pierdas, es el meneíto, moviendo el ombliguito. Francamente yo soy el teniente, no puedes verme con par de lentes, cheque el estilo, pegando siempre como un martillo. So ven, aprende de este chin, cómo se hace con mucho swing, sin pararse la noche entera, sin barrera, a tu manera, a lo que quieras, cánteme un coro con tu cuerpo, mami, tienes tú el derecho. Mira que hay bastante nena, no tenga pena, pecho a pecho, lado a lado, guaya la vida, lado a lado, cepilla, cepilla, guayalo bien, déjalo en brillo.
Ladies and gentlemen, about 10 minutes, exactly 10 more minutes, 10 more minutes. The award ceremony is going down right here at the Electrify Show-Off stage, driven by Yokohama Tires. Come see all the custom bikes, all the custom EV bikes, and a little bit more. Your host will be my brother LV. LV. Not Louis Vuitton, Louis Vuitton. That's in about 9 more minutes.
Comienza la fiesta. Mira, agarra a tu mujer y a cepillar se ha dicho. Cepilla, 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 cepilla.
Jack Rabbit is in the house. Be the best.
Cepilla, cepilla.